Well, hello, friends, and hope you're doing really super awesome. And yes, it is the 10th of December 2025. Yes, the 25th just around the corner. And before you blink, 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 it's going to be another brand new year. That's right, 2026. And yes, season's greetings, and hoping you really have a awesome, a blessed Merry Christmas. And of course, all your dreams, all your positive dreams come true for the New Year's as well. So that's right, yours Trader Flash here, and a stream with a bit of difference this time. Yeah, I know it's normally game sessions, but I do throw in some tech in between as well. And this one is all about a map that I've been working on, and a friend actually just messaged me the other day, and I was supposed to help them with some Battlefield 2 modding as well. Yeah, I know that it's way back, but if you just get into programming as well, and you just really want to get some sort of inspiration, yeah, Battlefield 2 Python scripting, yeah, definitely is so awesome. Even though the game is, yeah, it's a good game, but it's so outdated in terms of, it's not even supported even in terms of Visual Studio and Python scripting. It's not even updated into the latest version of Python as well. It's so outdated, it's hardly any longer supported. But you can actually find various software that can actually run to actually make certain aspects of Battlefield 2 modding very much applicable. Although Project Reality, it's an offshoot of Battlefield 2, it does use a lot more of the more updated scripting, I do believe. So yeah, and they do give you the big thumbs up in terms of modding. They actually do welcome and encourage the community to actually get involved in modding for that game as well. But right now it's all about Easy Red 2, and I have a map had down like for, I don't know, since the middle of the year. I actually started it and decided to jump back into it, and probably, yeah, why not? We can see what we can add to it. We can build it together and maybe add some script as well. Easy Red 2 does use a script called Lua script, I do believe. Well, a lot of programs actually still use Lua script as well, and it was of course very, very, very popular, of course, and I do believe it was created in Brazil in 1993. And Python, believe it or not, Python, of course, a bit older than Lua script, is created in 1991, February the 20th to be exact, I do believe. And the creator of Python was Guido van Rossum. And I actually was doing some research. Why did he choose the name Python? All the names, I mean, he could have chosen something. He could have called it Van Rossum's code or Guido's code or something like that. But apparently he was a big fan of Monty Python. If you ever seen the classic British comedy Monty Python, yeah, one of the Star Wars epic comedian, of course, and yeah, made a lot of funny episodes, films, and the like. And yeah, apparently he loved Monty Python so much he actually named the program Python after Monty Python. So that's basically what I do know about that. Yep, that's right. Famous classic BBC comedy Monty Python's Flying Circus, apparently that's the name of it. Yeah, so the information is all there online. You can go and check it out. And I do believe, well, I do have GitHub as well, so I'm able to stay in contact with some programmers. So if I'm not sure about something, I can always contact them and talk to them and say, look, I need some help with this code. Can you help me out? How do I get this put down? Or could you send me like a script I can look through and kind of learn and understand? Yeah, and I actually got a bit of Lua script as well. So I'm going to probably add a Lua script as well to this map as well. Something that's going to probably help the AI in the game to be a bit more sharper, a bit more responsive. So yeah, definitely I'm gonna see if I can actually do that as well. The thing is, what I love about programming, even though some of the programs are outdated, it's about a foundation. It's about learning, and once you learn, of course, you take it and you apply it to something that's happening right now. Of course, everything has a foundation. You can't build a house from the roof down. You have to build it from the ground up. So always remember where the roots of everything came from and respect that. And then, of course, once you understand and respect that, you can actually take that and grow and add to what's there. And trust me, programming is changing, adding new different ways of doing things, more bridged ways of actually doing the code, editing everything to make it even smaller and more efficient as well. So yeah, it's really, really amazing and fascinating. But it is time consuming and yeah, you gotta be really dedicated. To be a full-time programmer, you have to be dedicated. It's like routine, routine, routine. It's almost like you preparing for the Olympic Games every single day of your existence. So yeah, so I do have a map that's ready to go, and the name of the map itself is a map that I actually, like I said, started earlier on in the year, and the name, of course, of the map is well, basically speaking, it's a map that's based on the coastal area of let's say an island that Japan basically got during the Second World War, and the United States now is trying to invade the island and trying to see if they can actually bring it under their sort of control. So yeah, the name of the map is Gamer Coastal Storm. It's US taken on Japan, and it's based on a Second World War sort of theme. So yeah, that's exactly what we'll be looking at today, and we'll be jumping straight into things and seeing exactly how we can actually add to it. It's a map that you actually can use a bit of both in terms of sort of adding objects to let's say a created terrain. You can actually import some height maps as well. So if you have like a height map that you built, or if you have a height map that you probably, to say, you can use various software to actually build height maps, you can import it into the game within the actual different parameters or what the game allows you to build itself, and then you can actually build and add from there as well. So yeah, so I'm definitely looking forward to jumping into it and probably add the Lewis script and jumping in and testing it and see what kind of props and maybe different things we can actually add to actually build it. But yeah, it's there, the foundation is there, and it's just a matter of building and seeing exactly how much we can add today. So this is also basically a techie sort of stream in a sense, because basically at a different location today, where I actually usually do audio production, and yeah, so I don't really have full access to my wide internet connection. Yeah, so I'm using Wi-Fi to do this stream, which is not recommended at all. So I did turn down the latency settings. I turned it down to ultra low, so hopefully the visuals is not too unpleasant. So I had to do it because I was really concerned about latency creeping into the stream, which can actually cause juttering and other issues during the streaming as well. So that's another tip for you. If you into streaming or you want to get into streaming, you just gotta always make sure that you try and get your latency settings right. If you got a really strong internet connection and everything is good, not too many different tablets and phones and different things connected to your net, then you could probably go high. I tend to go in between high and ultra low. So yeah, I normally go low, and then I would probably tweak the settings afterwards in YouTube settings to actually go high. So in a sense, it seemed like it's running smooth. I'm double checking the streamline. It seems to be running okay. Yeah. And but if it isn't, of course, I can definitely always do something offline as well and then upload it. So fingers crossed, everything runs smoothly, and I don't have any issues so far. I have no reports or messages from my broadcasting software, so everything seems to be okay so far. Alright, enough said. I know, in terms of tech, I just love tech. Yes, I'm a gamer as well, but I do love tech. I just want to learn as much as I can. I'm like a sponge. You just give me all the information I need, and I'm just gonna sponge it all up and then process it afterwards. But yeah, okay, so we're gonna jump straight into things. I'll show you the map. We'll put in the Lewis script, break it down quickly, and then add a few things, and I'll show you the different factions, what I have for the United States. Basically, like I said, they're a landing party, and they're invading an island that's occupied by Japan during the Second World War. They have battleships out there as well, giving them cover support as well. But it's not easy, especially if you're a landing team on a basically like an open sort of beachfront, and they have these sort of gunners on elevated areas there. It's just like during the Second World War, of course, but like the Normandy landing, yeah, there's a lot of casualties there, of course, as the Allies actually made that landing beach land there. So it's very difficult for attackers, especially when you have that advantage of elevated ground and that artillery as well. Yes, you have the ships, you do have plane cover as well, but still, you're still in that advantage from a low ground going upwards. Yeah, with all that hostile fire coming down on top of you. So yeah, we'll have a look at it. I'll show you while I have it, and then we can see exactly what we can add to it.
Thanks for watching another Cricket World Cup live.
Montaria Grove, War of the Cryptids. Montaria Grove, a fragile piece among ancient inhabitants destroyed by greed. 2 weeks into operation, 7 cryptids are gunned down by resort security. Management covers the truth. The cryptids reach their breaking point. Dawn breaks on an unlikely alliance forged from primal rage. Organized hunting packs begin their systematic assault on the human settlements. Sasquatch infantry charges the main resort perimeter defenses. Stealth raiding parties infiltrate the campgrounds under the cover of darkness. Forest fires are used to trap and corner heavily armed human patrol units. The siege beasts begin tearing down the outer fortifications. Verdant Horizons calls in the final option, total eradication of the remaining forest. The cryptids sense the threat of total annihilation and prepare their last stand. The battle for Montaria Grove's very existence is about to erupt.
Ho, ho, ho! Season's greetings. Welcome to another Gamer Flash stream. It's your jolly friend Santa and the rest of the team. Say hi, Rudolph. And I can't forget Mrs. Claus and the elves who worked hard all year round to bring gifts to so many good boys and girls around the world. Thanks again for joining another game stream. It's going to be so much fun, especially at this festive time. Rudolph says smash that like button, drop a comment and ring the notifications with a candy cane. On behalf of Gamer Flash, we thank you for all the support you've shown the channel throughout the year. Psst! I've got a few more presents to wrap and a surprise for Rudolph. Take care for now. Flash will take it from here and I'll see you a little later. Come along, Rudolph. It's that time for us to go. Ho! Ho! Ho!
Ho, 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 ho! Season's greetings to one and all!
And welcome back, friends. That's right, time to do a little tech modding. And yes, once again, season's greetings, and really hoping that the season is going well for you. 5 days, look at that, 10th of December already. Just another 15 days to go, and it's gonna be the 25th, that's right, Christmas Day itself, and hoping you're gonna have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas. And hope it's full of lots of blessings and happiness on that day, and of course beyond, way beyond that, and into the New Year's as well. So it's all about some easy Red 2 modding right now, and like I did mention earlier, I do have a map that I've been working on since like the middle of this year, 25, and it's like, wow, this is about time I jump back into it. And hey, I was saying, why not? Let's share the experience of building it together and see what we can add to it. It's not that difficult once you understand exactly how to use the modding, the editing tools interface. There's also Lua script as well that's available, where you can actually tweak the settings to, let's say, enhance certain aspects of the artificial intelligence in the game itself. And as you can see here on the extreme right, I do have 2 maps which I'm working on. One is already finished, it's finished, of course. Gamer Urban Battlegrounds, that's yeah, that map is finished, but the one that I'm working on right now is this one here, which is Gamer Coastal Storm. It's a World War II battle between the United States and Japan, and Japan are well entrenched on this Pacific island, and the United States now are trying to storm it and see if they can actually gain control. It's not going to be easy, of course, as any landing party knows that anything that is elevated, especially with guns in position, it's going to be difficult unless you have sufficient air cover and artillery actually to see if you can actually destroy those deeply entrenched gunnery positions. But it's definitely going to be pretty tough. So we have a look at exactly what the actual map outlay looks like itself, and let's go straight to it now then. And it's a game that's built by Corvo Studios, and I did speak to the game developer himself, and yeah, we did message each other back and forth, and yeah, really cool guy, and do believe he basically single-handedly built this game from scratch himself. Wow, I know, right? So this is what the map itself looks like so far. I have an elevated area here, and yeah, there's like a coastal area. I know you've seen this red, that basically is more like the box itself that will keep the AI from going beyond that point, because normally there's a box in the game that you place there, and basically contains everything within a certain combat zone. Anything that goes beyond that box tends to get a warning message that they're leaving the zone, or deserting in this case, and you get a fine, or yeah, definitely would have to respawn if you don't get back within the zone itself at some point in time. So this is what I have so far for the Japanese here. As you can see, they have some bunkers in place here, and I know you're not seeing the units. There's 2 different sections to this editor, and this basically is the terrain editor, where you actually change the terrain and you add stuff and props as well. The thing about the terrain editor is that, yeah, if you add the props within the constraints of the actual terrain editor itself, yeah, everything shows up in both the terrain editor and the object editor mode as well. But if you add the props in the object creator, which is very strange, I don't know sure why it's that way, but maybe it's different. I haven't really checked it out since, but initially the way they had it is like, if you added the props in the object creator mode, then you cannot see them in the terrain creator mode. So yeah, that's very strange, but who knows, I haven't really opened this up for a bit. And I did have a bit of a look around and did add a couple things before I came on here, but yeah. So basically speaking, this is our top outpost here, and they have a commanding view of the battle area there. And yeah, that's what I have so far. And the United States would be actually moving along this coastal area. I have ships there already, or landing boats, landing vessels, and somewhere out here I'll have the big artillery ships, which should be pounding Japanese positions from there. And this, I have not placed anything here as yet. This would be a basic runway here for the Japanese, and they'll have their aircraft and of course some areas there, bunker areas there as well. And I'll probably have to put some artillery pieces into place there as well to protect from any incoming aircraft that the United States would ultimately send to try and destroy their positions. So yeah, so this time the United States, they'll be attacking, and the Japanese will be in place there defending these positions. So this is the terrain editor, and why not? I could even show you an example. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. You don't have to add a script here for the terrain editor itself. But we can actually add, well, you can only add the little script, of course, but the AI, not so much for the terrain. This is already put into the actual engine itself that Corpus Studios actually builds there. And can't really make any change there, but we can actually add the Lua script. The Lua script that I'm going to add is a script that would allow the AI to be a bit more alert. I want it to be a bit more alert. So I'll be tweaking that, and hopefully the code works, and expect to see a bit more alert response in terms of the artificial intelligence in the game itself. So these are points that they're not really developed. As I said, we're still building it, and it still has a ways to go. So it'll be quite an amazing map when it's finished. And when it's finished, it's to be like troop formations, moving around, defending positions, and you see anti-aircraft batteries in place as well. Remember, it's based on a World War II sort of theme. And look at that, this part is a bit of coastal area. I put in a bit of a headland there, but still nothing there, still underdeveloped. But what we could do, probably try to populate this area here with some units, and on top here as well. Yeah, everything is Japanese on there until the United States can actually move in and probably control some flag points or zones itself. And then of course they'll raise their flag, and then they have their different units and vehicles spawning in certain points. Yeah, as soon as you gain a foothold, you sort of push up. And of course the Japanese will be trying to defend, and of course they'll be pushed back if the United States takes some positions up front, and then they'll have to try and make some sort of counter-offensive from various points. As these are the points I've in place so far for the Japanese. I was thinking about putting probably another one right here. Yeah, I actually do have. I've already started it here. So this is basically like a trench area here. And alright, so this is what the terrain editor looks like. Let's think here now. Okay, so we can add, I think the textures don't look too bad. I might change some of this here. Probably, I don't want all those areas to be too green. So I'll show you exactly what, let's say, add in some textures here. So here is your drop down box. And of course, these are your brushes here. Of course, brushes will give you a different strength about the width. As you see, it's a pretty small here, but if I want to increase it, brush size here, it could go up. Look at the size of that. Yeah, so it's almost like painting, isn't it? Yeah, so the size of your brush strength here, and the brush strength of course will determine how fast it actually places, let's say the well, in this case it's on raise. If you're going to raise the ground, it raises it high, how fast it'll raise it. But if you push it down, of course, it will actually determine how slow it raises. Because sometimes you don't want it to raise too quickly because you just want a little tiny bit of a nudge. And then of course you can actually smooth around the corners. And yeah, this is basically the same thing for Battlefield 2 editing as well. But Battlefield 2, to make a lot of things work, to add a lot of the ambient effects, you have to, not ifs or buts, you have to use code. Have no choice. Otherwise it's just going to be a basic bland sort of map. And no, basic and bland is not good. So yeah, the code script, you have to add code. And sometimes you have to mount files in the actual game. It's the map itself to actually make certain things. If you want to add custom units, or if you want to add custom vehicles, for example, you gotta mod it, you gotta mount it in the respective folders and stuff like that. Other archives file as well, and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of things to do in terms of scripting where Battlefield 2 is concerned. But the initial way of building the map is not that difficult. Like I say, if you want inspiration to get into coding, trust me, yeah, think about that. You can actually build something like this, learn to code, add scripts as well to make certain things more enhanced, let's say to make the rain fall, or to make smoke come out of nowhere, or whatever the case may be, or give instructions to the AI to swim at a certain point. Yeah, code commands can do all of that, because remember, the engine is already built. It's all about giving the right commands to make certain things happen at certain points, or probably throughout the game continuously. So alright, so I'm going to give you an example of maybe just a little texturing here. Let's choose a spot here where we can do that. And Unreal Engine is also the same thing. You have to set up the actual the method of actually adding your colors to the map. Alright, there's a section where you actually go into settings, and you have to mount it, and you have to activate it. And once that's done and activated, then you can actually basically put on your textures. Unreal Engine 5, or whatever version of Unreal Engine we're talking about, it's basically the same thing, but it's a lot of tools, and of course it's a lot of code that you can actually play with, and there's a lot of tutorials out there, and there's a lot. I gotta say, zillions of assets. Unreal Engine has so many assets that you can actually get. There's free assets, there's pay-to-use assets, and wow, it's an amazing engine. So if you really want to take it to the next level with the latest game engine, Unreal Engine 5.7 I do believe is out. So yeah, you can actually do that. And yeah. Alright, so let's choose a spot. I mean, saying this like forever, right? Let's choose a spot to add a little bit of color. So we don't want to erase, so we have to go all the way down to textures here. And here's your textures I have here. And I have 8 textures to play with. And the thing about the game is that you can change textures at any time. So let's say, for example, this here is my grass. Once I add the grass and I save it, even if I change it afterwards, it doesn't change. It only changes when you don't save it. Always remember that. If you don't save it, if you change it in between that, let's say I wanted to put, let's say, stones or whatever, and then you have like 2/3 of your map was actually grass, then all of a sudden you change it to stones. 2/3 of your map is going to turn into stones. So always save it. If you say I want a green patch here, and then you can go into settings and change it and add the stones, and then find another spot to add the stones, like I did in this sort of like walkway here. I think it's a little too wide, so I might have to make it shorter, because walkways, driveways, I guess, it may look, it's kind of small because you're actually building it, but when you go down on the ground, you'd be surprised to see exactly how wide this is, because the characters themselves will be pretty small, but we'll see. So this is a walkway that goes up to this elevated hilltop position, and this is a bunker, a special air defense bunker, which means it's built to take airstrikes and stuff like that. And I'll probably put some artillery batteries around it, anti-aircraft for sure, and I'll probably put a couple of cannons on there as well, because as the United States advances, the AI will of course be activated to launch attacks on any invaders coming on to the shores here or on the ground there. But it's such a disadvantage. Oh my days, I don't know. I have to be carefully try and find a way to balance it out, because I think what I will do, I'll probably try and make some of the capture zones probably a little closer on the shore or right behind a place that they can actually find some sort of cover, and from there they can spawn things like tanks and artillery pieces and probably see how it goes from there. But as soon as they capture a point or a zone, their set of equipment would spawn, which would give them an advantage to push forward to capture other zones. But initially, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, and I have to, like I said, it's still a work in progress. I have to determine a way to give both teams a bit of a balance, sort of a chance in the game. Because if it's too one-sided, then yeah, it's gonna get frustrating, and then yeah. But still, the advantage is still, no matter how you tweak it. Let's say I'm gonna give the US a bit more firepower in the ocean. No matter how you tweak it, it's still gonna be hard. From here, as you can hear the sound of the sea there. Let's go down again. There you go. The only thing I wish they did, I guess the Call of Studios will do eventually. I want to see waves. It's like the ocean looks the same height all the time. Come on. This looks like Mediterranean waters, right? Okay. I'm not disrespecting Mediterranean, right? I got Mediterranean in me as well, right? But the thing is, wow, so calm waters. Look at that. Look how calm that is. It's nothing like the North Sea, is it? But I guess it all depends on the time of year. Sometimes, you get these rift waves and change of wind direction and stuff like that. Yeah, and these cold fronts and other winds that might be whipping up the waves. But yeah, it's just too one-dimensional. Maybe I don't think I could do that. It's in the game engine itself, so there's very little I can do to actually try and add code to it to make the waves whip up. Because it'd be so nice if you're traveling on the ocean and then the waves are bobbing up and down, and you're bobbing up and down in the boat, and then some of the waves are splashing on you and stuff like that. That would be more realistic. But it is what it is. It's still a work in progress. I know Call of Studios is definitely doing a lot of work to it, to add stuff to it. So yeah, alright, so let's find a spot to add some textures here and see what we could do. Alright, so I think I have too much green here. So what I would do, let's say we choose probably a bit of that. So I'm going to turn this down. This is too big. The brush size is too big, so we don't want it too big. You can also choose the parameters of the brush itself. You can actually have a square. You can have a circle. I think this gives you some sort of random sort of texture where, as you see there, am I coloring it a bit there? See that? There you go. So I'm just coloring the spot here a bit, and yeah. So there we go. That's it. Yeah. Yes, I built all this by hand. Yeah, that's how dedicated those persons who build maps are. But normally big studios have a team of persons. One person to actually do the texture, another person to put in the props, another one to do the code, another one to do this, another one to do that. But if you just, like, in a sense, I guess you could say I'm a hobbyist in a sense doing this. Yeah, so just doing this, I love doing it. I love modding actually. So see things come to life. It's just amazing. It's like when you use AI and you use command prompts and you use code to make certain things come to life, then yeah. So basically speaking, I'm changing this up a bit. I'm using this here. As you see, it's just blending in just ever so slightly over what's there and giving it a bit of a different look. So if you go back now and look at it, you see the difference. Look at that. What I could do, I could probably even see if you can actually add this a bit in there, change it up a bit, and give it a bit more of a sort of like a hilly sort of look. There we go. Yep, that looks alright. I'll have to touch that area up a bit because yeah, and then you can add a bit more variety there as well. So there you go. Yeah, too green, I think, too green. All this here could change up a bit, and we can make it a bit more hilly looking with a little some spots in between with some greenery. And yeah, you're probably wondering about the controls to move up and down. Well, to move up and down, to move up, okay, well that's to move down. To move up, you press E. To go up, you press Q to go down. Q to go down, E to go up. And you can use your control wheel, of course. You can use W, well, S to go backwards, W to go forwards, and you can use your scroll wheel to go faster. And Shift, of course. Same thing with Unreal Engine. Similar sort of thing. You can set your scroll wheel and the way you move as well in the settings as well, and Blender as well, the same thing as well. So yeah, I mean, they basically tend to use the same sort of principles. I guess that's good in a sense, so it doesn't get too complicated. So the easy stuff is easy to grasp, and they all tend to adopt the same sort of principle in terms of movement. And of course, you right click on the mouse there, hold it down, and you can be able to move up and down, right and left, like that as well. So yeah. So yeah, there you have it there. So you see that actually changed the color of the terrain there. And yeah, so let's just say probably add, let's try this here a bit. Probably add a little bit of, probably a bit too much. Probably to the back as well. Yeah, give it more of a rugged, hilly sort of look. Too green, too green. And of course, you can also add decal effects to it as well. You can add ambient effects to it as well. I do believe. I have to check. I know in Battlefield 2 you add code to add ambient effects. So if you want to add birds flying from trees, you can use various modules to actually place into the map, onto the map, and then you got to use the code. You have to place the code exactly to initiate the movement of the birds and stuff like that. Lightning, I've built lightning used with codes as well for a map I made for Battlefield 2. Yeah, I can't call the code offhand, but yeah, all these codes I have packed away. But yeah, you can actually use code as well to actually enhance the environment and stuff like that. I don't think it's all that yet, of course, for EC Red 2, but of course they'd have it in their main engine, and I'm sure at some point in time they'll add it, because they're always updating the game, which is really awesome. And the game, I do believe, is probably on sale right now, because a lot of games are on sale right now because of Christmas and all that, right? So pretty awesome. So want to give it a try, and even give this a try as well. Why not? Why not? Yeah. What's the worst that can happen? I mean, you try something, it doesn't work the way you want it. I mean, trust me, when I tried this, like for the first time, I was like, oh my gosh, this looks so hard. I was like overwhelmed looking at what people have done, and then I got people like in the community, ModDB, encouraging me. I met a lot of friends there, and you know, I used to post on my maps there, and they were like, oh, come on, you can do better than that, or you know, come on, in this day and age, you need to add some AI to that, because I would just post a map just as a multiplayer map, and people say nobody does multiplayer map on Battlefield 2 anymore. Come on, I'm like, okay, fine. So I got some tutorials and got some help, and then yeah, I was able to find out exactly how to do it, and that's another process. That is another video all by itself, and yeah. Yeah, but the community in the ModDB really friendly, and yeah, definitely. It's really good, especially when you have a community out there who you can actually work along with, and they can help you out, and you can help them out if they need like help on a project that they don't understand something. That's the way you learn, that's the way you build, and stuff like that. Okay, so what you do when you finished adding that, I'll show you. When you finish adding your textures, and you say, okay, that's it, I'm happy with it. I just want to do something a little different. Okay, hold on, I'll show you. I'm just getting creative here. Yeah, so like I said, today I'm not at the usual location. I usually do my studio audio productions from learning as well. So I do some studio work. I'm learning on evenings now, away from all my other projects and stuff like that. So evening time is the only time I can actually get away from projects and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why most of my streams are in the evening. You know, got my project classes which I'm doing as well. So yeah, morning time especially. But at least it's Christmas now, so as soon as it all breaks down and I get more time to do a lot more stuff like that. And hopefully I can actually do more work to this and for the new year sometime. No, I will not release this before the new year. No, it's still a lot of work to do on this, trust me. This may look like it's almost finished, but nope. I gotta add trees, I gotta add decals, I gotta add different scenarios to it. It's shaping up nice as it is. I think it's looking pretty good. But this is just the texture, the texture generator and scene sort of editing mode. And I'll show you the object editing mode in a short while and show you what that looks like. So I'm looking at that. Should I actually make that a little bit more? It's a hilltop, and we need it to look probably a little bit more hilly. Yeah. Let's make it a bit more hilly looking. So I'm using this, and this is why it doesn't seem like it's really giving too much of an overlay down. But if I use this now, this should cover it a bit better. Okay. Yeah, but after time it's always good to save what you're doing, because it's gonna come a time where if you keep adding stuff to it without saving, then it might not save. It's possible that you could even have a crash, which is bad, especially if you're working on something for like over an hour, and all of a sudden that you should like save every 15 minutes or so. And you can imagine you're working on this for 2 hours on the straight, and all of a sudden you didn't save, something happens, and you really added so much content to it. That's it, it's gone. It's got to start from scratch. There's no automatic save when you do this sort of thing. Yeah, so I guess every 50 minutes or so is always recommended from what I learned from others, and you know, doing this as well. Alright, and I guess you're looking at a map and you say, what inspired me to do this sort of map? Well, yeah, it's not exactly Iwo Jima, but yeah, Iwo Jima, that is like one of the most awesome WW2 game maps across any game engine that use it. Iwo Jima and the Battle of Normandy as well. Yeah, those two maps. Yeah, with the landings, of course. Those maps are amazing. So it's not exactly Iwo Jima, but it's like inspired by Iwo Jima maps. Alright, so I'm going to save it. So when you want to save this, you go to File, and you have Save and Leave. Let's not save and leave yet. Let's just press Save, and it saves, and then that's it, done. So everything I put into there is now saved. And here you go. Here is what I was telling you about a short while ago. You can actually import height map. Yeah, well, normally you have to import it from the beginning when you're actually building it. If the map is already in the process of being built and laid down, you really can't. You see the error message that pops up there. Yeah, so. Alright, so that's done. Alright, so once I'm finished with this, it's a shame though I can't switch like from terrain editor to object editor. You know, there should be an option where you can just quickly switch between both modes. Because, you know, Battlefield 2, yes, outdated, everything. Oh my gosh, you got Battlefield 6 out. Yeah, absolutely agree. You know, it's all about what's modern and what's out there now, true. But yeah, but like I say, I learned from some of these classic games, and that's how you develop. And the thing, even though Battlefield 2 is outdated and the editors, hardly gonna find any sort of operating system right now, and the visuals, of course, that supports the code scripting, and the use of much of the Battlefield 2 editor's content, because I do believe you have to set it down to Windows 8 to make it function properly, or something like that. Otherwise you're gonna get a lot of errors, so you have to set it to a compatibility mode. So yeah, and the thing is, if you understand how Battlefield 2 works in terms of the editor, there's so much content and there's so many mods out there just there, sadly just gathering dust. And yeah, I guess you can say they're all archived now, I guess. But you know, like I said, if you're looking to try modding for the first time, yeah, why not start something that has classic roots, something that's basic, and be able to eventually go for Unreal Engine. And I'm actually studying Unreal Engine right now, but yeah, so a lot of different parameters to understand. But yeah, I've actually started building a map or two for Unreal Engine. But the metahumans, yeah, that can be a bit tricky, especially with setting up the metahumans for artificial intelligence expansion and stuff like that. So I know, that's where you turn to your community and you go on sites like GitHub and say, hey, I'm having issues with this, or how do I make this work? And here's my code, here's what I'm doing, why isn't it working? And somebody's been in the field like way longer than you, a lot more experience and stuff like that. Then they'll probably, give you some tips, or they might even just say, look, this is what I did, and send you a massive 200-page something to go through. Yeah, my goodness. So yeah, so it all helps there. All right, so it's all saved. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to switch to the object mode, and then we can actually have a look at what we can place at some of these points there. Like I said, I want to put an airplane here, a Japanese craft here as well. And I'm going to have a look at what the United States has landing, and see them, give them a bit of an advantage there as well. And yet I haven't even put anything like boulders and trees, some tree cover and the lot. Oh my days, this map has such a long ways to go. I mean, if I push all out on it, I guess really push, I could actually finish it in a day, but no, it's more, I got too many different variables happening, so no. I could probably finish this in 2 days, if I could, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take my time with it. Because sometimes when you rush something, then you miss something, and then all of a sudden, I don't like this, I probably shouldn't have just jumped into it, take your time and look at stuff. Yeah. Alright, so let's save and leave. And we're going to now go to the object editing mode. And let's see what we can find there all together. Once again, many thanks for joining another live stream. And yeah, friends, it is a bit of a tricky stream because I'm actually using Wi-Fi, which is not recommended, and I had to set the latency down to the lowest level to actually pull this off. So it seemed like it's holding up so far, but very much thank you for joining the stream. That's right, illustrate Game of Flash. That's right, I do some modding as well in between. And there's so many games out there right now that allow you to mod and make some modifications to, let's say, a map that you're building, stuff out there as well. And actually was before Christmas, there was a development team that was actually giving away prizes for a person who actually built maps as well for them, which is pretty cool. I guess that would give people who want to earn a little something extra, as well to do it. But the thing is, you should do it because you like doing it. You shouldn't do it because I can get like 2,000 or 100 or whatever the case may be. You should do it because you really like it, and it's all about continuity and stuff like that. All right, so let's go into the mission editor, and now we are actually going to Now, if I click on edit now, as you see there, above is marked Gamer Coastal Storm, right? That would take me back to the texture editing section. Now, for me to activate or get into the object editing section, I have to hit this one below. Now, this will take me into the object section, and you see exactly what I have done with it. But it's such a good game, and apparently there's so many updates that came out for Easy Red 2 over the holiday there so far for the season, and Marco Amadi is doing a really great job. That's the name of the game developer, and initially I do believe he's still working on it single-handedly, but I could be wrong. Maybe he's got a small team with him now, but yeah, Marco Amadi, really amazing game developer and a great game. So here is a script that I actually put together earlier, and this is Lua script, right? And I do believe Lua script was invented in Brazil. Yep, Brazil. Yeah, by a team of developers there, and ultimately this Lua script here is basically there to give the AI, the artificial intelligence, a bit more of an alert statement. Similarities between Lua script and Python because they're English based. All right, and Lua script, of course, definitely is something that is used quite a lot with a lot of various engines, game engines, and other software development out there as well. So yeah, there's so much scripts out there, programs out there that you can actually learn, and definitely, yeah. So apparently, Lua script, of course, was developed by Roberto Lomisky. I do believe that is quite an interesting name to pronounce there. Waldemar Celis, Luis Enrique de Figueiredo. They are the developers of Lua script, and yeah, it's basically a lightweight scripting language. And yeah, believe it or not, Roblox, the game that we all love, Roblox, yep, Roblox uses quite a lot of Lua script as well. So there you go. Yes, that's right. So you'd be surprised at all the things you see happening in the game is because of the script commands and the like. And yeah. Yeah, so it's very much good for game scripting as well. Mechanics, AI, UI, for example, the user interface. So games like engines like Roblox, Love, and Corona, they all use Lua script as well. And basically, they're for automating tasks and processing data and controlling and embedding systems as well. So yeah, it's definitely something that is very useful, and was developed after Python, because remember Python was created in 91, and Lua script, I do believe, was created in 93 by those gentlemen from Brazil. I do believe they're Brazilian, but I know it's based in Brazil, in which Lua script itself was released. So yeah, so that's my script. As you can see there, function, character, assess alertness, as you see to the top there. So the function itself is character alertness, right? So base alertness from environment noise. So any noise in the area, blah, blah, blah. Enemies presence adds a bit more alertness boost. And the local enemy impact, enemy nearby, I've turned up to 50 or 0. So we can actually adjust this number here if we wish to. You can calculate new alertness levels, self-alertness. There's a noise impact, enemy impact of 100 here. Wow. So determine if characters alert, self-alert, self-alertness threshold, and of course end here with that command. Function character act. Of course, if self is alert, then of course we're printing this information out as a command. Then self.name, whichever character is alert, and ready. So yeah, all this is script command, and as you can see there, they mentioned up below here in terms of behavioral patterns and NPC non-playable characters. Of course, whether it's characters on guard, or if it's characters, let's say it's characters in a position of, let's say, preparing for conflict. So those are examples of exactly the usage of this, of course, for the AI. Not for the person who's actually in the game pressing the buttons, alright? So this is more like for for the AI, the artificial intelligence, the non-playable characters in this. So my script is already in place. Double check to make sure it's still there. Yep, still there. Alright, so let's pull this up now here. And there you have it, friends. There you go. So this is what I have. Check this out. This is what United States got there. Look at that. I know you didn't see it in the text editor, but this is what United States got in there in the harbor. Okay, they got their battleships. They even got some planes over there, you know, that they call it for air support. And we got another battleship there. I'm not sure if I might put another battleship, but we'll see. So we got 2 battleships there. And wow, this is what the United States will be landing here with. Yep, that's what they'll be landing there. And that point there is more like artificial intelligence point, a landing point. That ultimately they can actually get to that point and then offload their cargo. In this case, their NPCs, or those of course in the game. So of course this is a game that is multiplayer. Well, this version is a multiplayer. It's not really a campaign, but I do believe I can turn this into a campaign. But it's multiplayer right now, so you can actually, once the map is finished, you can jump into the game with your friends and start from a point and then get to the shores. And then of course the Japanese will be up here in their positions. As you can see, this contact zone here, these 3 contact zones. It's be a landing zone here for the United States there. And the point of contact here, as you can see there, we have the Japanese in place there. And that is, I do believe that is anti-aircraft. So yeah, I'm also giving more information, of course, from here as we reach that point there to move to this point there. All these are more like a waypoint in a sense. And of course, I do believe you can actually add information to those waypoints as well. Let's double check here. That's soldier, object. Alright, we did need that. Did not need that. So I'm going to delete this. I did not need this right now. Or did we move that all together? I do believe there's only 3 of these actual points you can put in place here, so I guess I can leave that there. I do believe I can expand it. Expansion, I believe, is CTRL and C. Let's see. No, CTRL and C will probably give me a duplicate on it. No, that's for objects. So no. So I do believe, let's see again. Yeah, alright, so that's about the width, but I do believe it can get bigger than that. Ultimately to spread across a wider area altogether. Oh, there you go. So you can actually increase the radius as well of the object that way as well. Alright, so you can click back on this. Alright, there's so much different things you can actually add to this. Of course, these will be the units here. We have some advanced attack vehicles there, all ready to go. The Japanese there, and we've got a bit of a net over this artillery gun piece. And yeah, the role of the Americans, of course, try to make a beach landing. And you can actually do a night version of this game as well. There, I do believe there's environment. You can actually change the environment as well. You can actually go from, let's say, mid-afternoon to late evening, so you can actually get that sort of like ambient effect of like evening sort of clash, or afternoon sort of clash going into evening, and the lights going down, and then yeah, all that explosive firework everywhere and the like. And these little pathways here, It's more like gravel, as you can see there, and it walks. Let's say closer to this point here. We have the bases. So I really want to put a plane here, let's say for the Japanese. And I probably will add another battleship, of course, for the United States out there. Make it 3. And, right. So let's see now, we need plane. Let's type in Japanese. Oh. Plane. Seems like we can't, we'll have to scroll. My goodness, come on, plane. There we go. Okay, Nakajima. Mitsubishi G3M, Nakajima A49. Let's see here. Alright, so there is the plane. I've already selected it. And don't want it, you need to put it a bit closer, really put it back a bit more. So let's move it from here to there. And voila. So the thing about game engines, once the game engine is built, you know, you have the initial code that's already in place that built the game from scratch. That's why lots of game developers really back up all their engines from all their previous games. They back it up in archives, they double, triple protect it. Because yeah, as long as you hear about stories about like they had this awesome game that came out, but the developers lost the code or they had a breach and the code went AWOL or something like that, and they can't produce the game, they can't take it to the next level even though they want to release a sequel. And the original game that they had developed using that code was so amazing. Then you wonder why number 2, number 3, number 4 really terrible compared to what the first one came out. It's because probably having issues with the code. Maybe it's not working properly, or there's some bugs in it that eventually got the better of everything, or maybe something happened, you know, within the actual company itself, whatever the case may be, and voila, code is gone. So yeah, you have that foundation. Once you got that foundation, you can build upon it, you can more modernize it, and you can actually update it and upgrade it. That's why I love Unreal Engine, because on Unreal Engine you can actually, let's say you have Unreal Engine 4, and I do believe there was a game that came out recently, well, Folklore Hunter, I do believe, Unreal Engine 4, they're now Unreal Engine 5, I do believe. So that's the good thing about Unreal Engine, you can always update it. The database is there. Epic has a database there, it's already set in place, and if you need to update it, you can get all the latest tools to actually do that. You know, you work at whatever deal with of course, Unreal Engine, Epic team, of course. You know, once you got the game out there and it's getting sales, it's all good. You know, everybody gets a little something, whatever. So yeah, especially you gotta protect your code. That's one thing, you gotta protect it, because if you lose your code, especially your main foundation of code, I mean, yeah, you have the engines out there, you can always get it from software, but the thing is, what you put into a game software is not exactly what you have as the actual engine itself. That's just a small part or small branch of the actual engine itself. So yeah, so it's not exactly the same thing. So yeah, so I heard about the story about this game developer team that lost their code, or whatever the case may be, or maybe they're not telling the truth about it because it's so embarrassing, whatever the case, and they never were able to produce anything close to the original game that came out, and people are like, oh my god, it's so amazing, it's so great. Haven't tried it out yet, but I want to get a game. I'm not going to call the name of the game itself, the development team, but yeah, that sucks. That really sucks when you spend so much. Sometimes these things take so long to make. I think Red Dead Redemption took what, 6 years, 7 years? Red Redemption took years of game development, years of coding, years of programmers getting together to build that. Sometimes to make a really great game, it takes a long time. So yeah, once you got it built, you got to protect it. Otherwise, you got to start from scratch. And sometimes even when you start from scratch, you know, it's not the same production team. People moved on. People probably, you know, whatever the case may be. And yeah, you always got to protect that root foundation of what you have there. I guarantee you, even Battlefield, even the very first original Battlefield that came out, you know, I think Battlefield 1942, I think. That original game, I'm sure they have it backed up in archives. No one's touching that. They probably have some special AI robots protecting that for sure. So yeah, gotta protect your code. All right, so I have this in place with the Japanese, and I think that's a fairly decent location to have it. And probably, I think it's wide enough to have 2 planes. So I'll have 2 planes in place here. Right. And if I'm not pleased with what the plane can do, because some of them are more like machine gun fire, others more, you know, for bombing raids. So I'll have to see exactly which class this is. So I think I'll put 2 in there. Probably put a different one. Oh, you can actually add camo to it. Interesting. Let me see. Oh, what's that, the camo? Oh, well, you can't really see so much. The Japan camo there, white, green. Yeah, I have to go in the game to actually see it. I don't think it's going to show so much as it is in that form of editing. Yeah, you don't really see the true colors until you're actually in the game in terms of what you put there. So they added the Japanese fighter there. Let's add something else, and plane again, and let's see. Oh, 2-wing bomber, it looks like. Oh, the Curiosity, what is that? That's a plane. I just saw the Curiosity, I'm just going to add it. Wow, okay. Now that will take up the entire runway, but oh, goodness gracious, would you really want to have a bomber on the ground like that? I mean, I guess you would, in a sense. Wow, no, that's what I'm talking about. That is definitely a bomber. Look at the size of that. Oh my days! But the thing about it's so slow, and taking off, it probably, well, it has a length in terms of the runway, but if let's say the Americans could pinpoint the position of that bomber and the artillery shells. I'm not sure if they can reach from where they are out to sea, but that definitely is going to be a bit more. So I'm wondering, for infantry, do you really need bombers, or should I for now? This is interesting. I'm thinking from a strategic point of view now, would you really need a bomber? You know, it's a small island, and let's say United States, they have their battleships out there, not in the horizon. As you can see there, we have the frontal assault team, and then I got this big bomber. I don't think I can put another small plane in there. No, this field is not big enough. I really like to have 2, although sometimes 1 is better than 2. Look at the size of that thing. But it does look slower. The smaller planes are much faster. So I'm still thinking. Yeah, and way to bring up exactly how you want to edit it. You can, hold on. I think it might be able to fit. I think so. I think both of them could fit. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. So let's move it across here. Yeah. Once it's not going to come in contact with that, I don't think it should be an issue. I think there's plenty space between there and there. So yeah. I do believe that should be fine, so I'll leave that there. Okay, so I can actually have 1 big bomber. Oh yes, the Americans got the firepower out there in the sea, look at that. But yeah, don't worry, the Japanese got a couple tricks up the sleeves here as well, look at this. So you got 1 big bomber here, and got this smaller sort of plane there. No, we don't want to do that, so A5M2, I wonder if I should change that. Mitsubishi 0 Zen. Okay, well 0 Zens, they tend to be more attack planes rather than bombers. I'm thinking that the A5M2. Of course, we know the Messerschmitts. That's German, right? Yeah, the German Messerschmitt. Anything at Mitsubishi, yeah, Japanese. Nakajima, Japanese. Yep. I'm thinking. Let's have a look at the KL43. Let's have a look at that one and see. Okay, I guess, like I said, I mean, even when you're doing this, you can always change things anytime in the game. So for example, let's say you finalize the game, you have your assets in place and all that sort of stuff, you know, say, okay, I want to make a different version of it. Yeah, you can make a different version of it. You don't really have to change the terrain or anything like that, but you can just, let's say instead of the Japanese, you can probably change the factions. You could put, let's say, British taking on the Germans, or you can have United States taking on the Germans as well. You can mix it up. Yeah, I think there's only 2 factions you can put in this. I know some games allow you to have more than 1 faction, which is pretty epic. Can you imagine you have like 4 different factions involved, like 2 versus 2 different factions? Wow. I think Arma 3 does that. I think Arma 3 allows that, which is pretty cool. Yeah. But they do have a new version of Armor now. I do believe it's Reforger, and it looks pretty good. And I do believe there is a Vietnam mod as well attached to that. I talk about Vietnam mod. I do believe Squad is coming up with a Vietnam DLC, I think, for the new year. I do believe so. I'll have to double check that, but I know one of those game developers is coming up with a Vietnam mod, and I like that because I don't think there's a lot of games and mods out there to date that really has lots of dedicated game development towards that era of conflict itself. And yeah. So I'm going to move this back a little bit. And yeah, awesome. I can't fit any more planes there. I think if I had probably left this plane out, I probably could have fit 1, 2, 3 of these smaller planes. It's such a big runway. But I think that the 2 for now should be fine. Yeah, I think so. So I'm going to give it a test run. Okay, so now we have that in place. But the thing about that, even though you have them on the ground, I do believe now the problem here with what I'm understanding with what I've done last time when I built a map is that when I had the planes on the ground, I'm not sure if there's any changes to the game itself, but I had problems with the planes taking off and sticking in the air and doing their thing. Yeah, cause even Battlefield 2, I do believe you can actually program that the planes could actually take off. I'm not sure about landing. A lot of them back in those times, the plane would just take off, do its mission, and of course, in the game, just fly until they can't fly anymore. It's not like take off and land to get refueled and then take off again. The more advanced games now can do that. Yeah, they actually work it into the script, and I'm sure they could have done it back then as well, but yeah, more scripts, more information to feed the actual engine itself, but I think the more is better. The more the better. More intricate and more interesting you can make the gameplay, and the dynamics of everything as well can make the game a lot more interesting. So I think I'm probably going to leave these down on the ground as it is, and probably, just hear me out on this, alright? Probably I'll leave these probably for players who want to actually take off from the ground. Now I'm going to make a duplicate of both of these planes, and this is going to sound very strange. I'm going to actually make a duplicate of both planes, but this time I'm going to put them up in the air, and putting them up in the air is actually going to be for the artificial intelligence. Because AI don't take off. I just remember that. Easy Red 2. I don't know. It's a great game. Okay, Marco Amati, it's a really great game, and I know it's still a work in progress, but yeah. from all accounts. I do recall, but I haven't tested it recently. I know a ton of new updates came out, and apparently from all accounts, people says the game looks like incredible. So I can hardly wait to jump into even this little session here and see exactly what it looks like. But yeah, so these I'll leave on the ground for, let's say, humans, people, yeah, who want to actually give it a go and give it a takeoff. And then up in the air now, I'll have to make a duplicate of this plane here. And I do believe I can copy it here. No. Okay. Yeah, didn't do the copy there, so I'll have to do this another way. Another way of copying the object, I do believe. Let's see here. Hold down CTRL and C. Oh. Or ultimately we just ultimately just add another one there altogether. Alright, so I think I'll have to work like that. Okay, so let's add another one, another plane, and yeah, this is the one here, G3M. And with this, I'll show you how to do this. Now that we have that, it's best we put this up in the air. There we go. Yeah, I have no choice to do it because when I built my first map, and I was like wondering, like, how come the AI can't take off? And I do believe that's like almost like they're driving a vehicle. So for me to actually get it to work now, I have to put it up in the air. As you can see, I have some up in the air already. Look at that. And this is strictly for the AI. So put them up in the air, and then the AI would spawn in the plane and then do its thing. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it like that, and that should be fine. And even if the AI take off from below there, that's fine. I don't think it's going to cause any conflict, because by the time that gets up into the air, this would already be probably somewhere over there, dropping some bombs or something like that. So, all right, so now that we have that in the air, I put it back a little bit. Well, I could even put it back a little more than that, because it's overhead. So this could be, let's say, from let's say a Japanese carrier or something the case may be. And goodness, but they have bombers that size in those carriers. And yeah, so it took off from another spot, and ultimately it's now coming to add support to the Japanese defensive positions with some bombers. Wow. Okay, so now I've done that, have that up in the air. So now what I have to do, I do believe I have to attach a unit now to it. So this is a Japanese unit. I'm going to change them into a Japanese unit anyway, so let's zoom down on it. And this would be the character here. Alright. One thing about this, you have to make sure that they're, well, should be fine. Okay, so let's edit this. Alright, so far we have spawn type United States. So we're gonna look for Japan, and all the factions in the game, as you can see, we have United States, we have United Kingdom, we have India, we have the Gurkha the Poland allies, Italy, Germany. Remember back then everybody had different factions. So when they say allies, the allies for which cause? You know, the Germans had their allies. They had the allies: United States, United Kingdom, India, Gurkha, Poland, Italy. All those were allies against the German forces back then. And I do believe Italy was allied to Germany, and Japan, of course, although they had their own sort of plan of things, they were all allies with for the German cause as well. And of course, Australia was for the allies on United States, United Kingdom, and the rest as well. And yes, USSR as well was allies as well against Germany. We had France and China allied. Well, yeah, during the Second World War, yeah, Japanese definitely did make moves against China as well during that time period as well. And yeah, they all had their respective allies as well. Interesting. I'm seeing a faction here, United States African Axis. Interesting. They have that there. I probably do some research on that as well. It's interesting. I've never seen that faction there, but it's in the game, so you see it for the first time yourself as well, depending, of course. So yeah, they had United States African Axis faction here. And you had USSR Axis, France Axis, China Axis. Okay, well, I guess they're creating different scenarios for what you want to actually put into the game. So you can even have like a scenario, like you can have, let's say, a France Axis, USSR Axis, China Axis team against pick anyone from this ally group. So I guess, as you can see them, they're highlighted in the blue here, and anything marked red, of course, Axis. So they have the Axis variations, and they have the allied variations. Interesting. And of course, you can just choose from allies only, or you can choose from, yeah, two Axis teams could fight each other. Let's say you want to create New Zealand versus Australia. Yeah, you can put them into the game there. Let's say Canada Axis takes on United States African Axis. Wow. You know, USSR Axis taking on China Axis, and the Gurkha Axis taking on the Polish Axis. India, I don't know. Who's India gonna take on? I don't know. Oh my days. Let's say India takes on the Gurkha Axis. Yeah, so you can mix up for whatever variation you want in there. So yeah, all these are updates that came out recently. Interesting. Definitely they are working hard on their updates. So let's choose Japanese here. And I guess they'd have them as the Axis. Yes, they'd have them as the Axis, of course, during the Second World War. So yeah. Spawn type. Okay, so they have different I've not seen this before. This is all new because they've been updating their editor engine as well. So they have player or AI non-stop, which means it spawns continuously throughout the game. And then this one, of course, could be just a player spawn point, player non-stop. This could be just AI only non-stop. AI once, which means it spawns once as an NPC, and once it spawns and something happens to the AI in the game, doesn't spawn again. And have AI once, player non-stop. Okay, so the AI spawns once, but the spawn point is reserved for the player anytime he or she wants to spawn. And you can actually have a spawn point which is disabled, which is interesting. Disabled spawn point. Okay. But of course, I'm going to go with the player or AI non-stop. Yeah. Definitely. If you're creating a match, for example, that let's say you're creating a match where you have one life, right? This is almost just coming down to the last man standing sort of scenario. So you can actually have everything spawn just once, including the human players as well. You set everything to once only, and guess the last but standing or the player standing is the winner. So I guess it's a scenario that you could probably look at as well. And of course you can adjust the spawn delay as well. Yeah, well, let's leave it on. Probably can leave it on 3. Oh yeah, so the one I'm looking for is this part here, which is spawn on vehicle. So So I do believe I have to go back up to plane. Now I have the character there. I'm wondering though, one thing. The faction I choose here. Okay, that's back there. That's different spawn point units there. Okay, they're there. That's what I'm looking for. Squad loadout. Have infantry USA. No, we want to change that to Japan. And let's say pilot. Let's look for Japanese airplane crew. That's what we're looking for. Let's double check in below here, see if there's any other variations. They've done a lot of work. I must say, well done. They've done a lot of work to this game. They've added a lot more content. Middle of the year, looking at this, no way could they have all this content. Wow, hats off to Marco Amedi and the team. Good job. A lot of content in there now. Okay, so Japanese airplane crewmen. There we go. Spawn a vehicle. Yeah, spawn on Mitsubishi. Uh-oh. Okay. There you go. So that's what I'm looking for. See that line there? That line connects to the plane up there. So anytime that player spawns, I mean, if the player was spawned regardless, suppose the plane got bombed or shot out the sky and it's his time to respawn, he would respawn. But once that plane becomes available and he respawns, then it automatically, oh boy, uh-oh, that's not good. You automatically spawn back into the plane again. Alright, so that's one out the way there. So we're going to do the same thing for this other plane. Let's just get the name again. The name of this plane is KL or K1 or KI43. And we need to find that. So we're going to make another duplicate of that. So plane, there it is. And once again, we gotta put this up into the sky. Yeah, so you see exactly how much you gotta do in this. It's like quite a bit of extra this and that. As you can see there, we have players already spawning that on the planes up there already. So we're just doing it for this one here. So this one needs to go up in the air as well. And up we go. So yeah, believe it or not, that's how they build a lot of the games. Once the engine is built, they got persons in there to map, you know, mappers and person do some bit of coding as well. They add the code script to the AI as well. And some people just place in the objects, other person just do the terrain. The person just tweak the code. It's like, trust me, that's why some game development studios have thousands of people working in there, because there's so many different things. And remember, the commercial, so it's a business, so you definitely have to keep things ticking over on a timeline. Not if you're doing it like this. Yeah, more like a hobbyist, right? But you just never know. I actually do have, as you know, the game idea with the cryptids, right? War of the Cryptids. Definitely, I'd love to see that developed into a game sometime. Massive map. And, yeah, the human, land developers for that resort that they want to build a recreation resort. And you have the cryptids factions, of course, being pushed back, and their numbers being decimated. And then they make a final stand, so you can build a game on that. Where you can have, if you call them, monster taking on man. But I guess in a sense that this time they're not just the monsters just attacking humans. I always hear about these horror stories about this monster lurking in the forest that's attacking hikers. But in this case, the poor little cryptids, they're the ones who are the victims, right? They get decimated because the development team or the CEOs want to take over the forest to develop it. It's such lush and green and flat in most parts, perfect for recreational development. But we got these pesky cryptids in the game and in that terrain there, and we need to get rid of them. And all of a sudden, the cryptids realize that their back's against the wall and they gotta make a final stand. So you can have like free-for-all sessions in there. You can have team play, rescue the VIP, or reach this mission point and stuff like that. Yes, I think it could be a really great game if it's done properly and the right sort of engine. So yeah, build an engine for that, or if the engine's already in place, as we use Unreal Engine to build it. Yeah, the engine's already there. It's just get some maps, get some concepts, and you can go to the shop as well and get assets, or you can even hire people as well in the Unreal Engine community to actually build certain assets for you. Or they might even just say, okay, I love the project, let me just join the team, and then you just work out something with them from there. So yeah, if you really want something done, trust me, you can find a way to get it done, right? So just saying. Yeah, so of course, Mike Days, it's a live stream and it's not a pre-recorded stream. And yeah, thanks once again for joining today's live stream, and season's greetings. That's right, your gamer bro Flash here. Yeah, more like your tech bro Flash right now, right? So yeah, showing you more the techie side of what I do in between. And I don't do as much though, and I have like friends like on my case, please build this for me, please build that map for me. Like, goodness, it's like so much things happening. Plus I'm doing audio production now as well, so it's a lot of stuff I'm learning a lot of stuff right now. But I love this. This is more like in between stuff, projects, blah blah blah, studies, and the case may be. I just like to learn new stuff and add new things, and yeah, that sort of thing. But you just never know. Sometimes your hobby might turn into something a bit more than that, right? Just never know. As I say, follow your dream, right? Yeah, but I would really love to see that cryptids concept. And yeah, most likely for the new year, I would release the second part of that Cryptids War of the Cryptids scenario that you see advertising during my streams. I definitely will. I already have some videos. I've already started to put together some clips and some little sessions. I got the AI's helped me, of course, to build it. But I'm just thinking I need a couple more scenes to make it very interesting. And once I have that, I will make a trailer and make it look like, wow. I want to like blow everybody's mind. I want to make it like so awesome, so epic. So I need some time to work on it, to think about it, make it cinematic. I might even go into my audio production and probably tweak the voice and get one of those kind of cinematic kind of voices, promoting it or presenting it, and have all these little faces in there, little dramatic moments and scenes. You know how they do it when they advertise it like one of those epic action movies. Yeah, well, yeah, we'll see. Still working on it. So the concept is still there. So we have this here for the Japanese. That one is already connected, as you can see there. So we need to connect this as well. The reason why I'm doing it, if you just now join the stream, is that the AI don't take off from the ground, sadly. Battlefield 2, they take off from the ground. You put a plane on the ground in Battlefield 2, they will take off and they will fly. They will actually literally take off and fly. Yeah, Battlefield 2. Yeah, we're not talking about Battlefield 5 and Battlefield 6 now. We're talking about Battlefield 2. They will take off from the ground. So hopefully, like I said, last time I did check, it was still a bit of an issue. So to overcome the issue, I figured out that once you have the planes in the sky, the AI would spawn in the plane and they would just take the mission from there. And you can actually spawn into the plane depending on the size and capacity of the plane itself. You can spawn with the entire team, like some planes are carriers and stuff like that. Gosh, but it's like middle of the year since I've actually been on this, so yeah, certain aspects of it, just need to get semblance of exactly what shortcuts to use to make certain things happen. But it's all good. Alright, so yeah, and another thing I did promise you guys that I'll probably be releasing, like getting some songs out there, some music out there. Hopefully, you know, Christmas is practically just 15 more days to go on my days. Hopefully early next week. You know, probably get something out there. Do some classical guitar, because I do play classical guitar, and maybe a Christmas carol or two. Instrumental, of course. And I'll let you know how that goes. But yeah, I love audio production. Actually, I'm actually getting into it. Mastering, of course, is a bit of a process there. Some people will tell you that to learn to master takes a long time to become really professional at it. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though, because there's so much things you have to do in terms of knowledge of the music, knowledge of the procedures, the compression, and that sort of thing as well, to actually get a beautifully sounding, balanced sort of track that is pleasing to the ear. Of course, you don't want this too high and that too low, and then people attention span is so short. It sounds good, but something's just not popping, you know. So it's because it's probably not mastered properly. Who knows? Yeah. But if it's just accessible enough, I think people, if they like the song or the music, I think they're gonna say, okay, fair enough. It's a first try, but yeah, they might still go for it. Who knows? But it's gotta be acceptable enough still, though. Okay, so I'm just trying to line up this plane here, put it there, and let's see. And the name of the game is Easy Red 2. For those, of course, who are joining, the name of the game is Easy Red 2. Yep. Game that came out, I do believe, in 2022. But it's updating, and they're adding a lot of DLCs. They added a recent DLC this year as well. I do believe I got that on sale as well. And every time you get a new DLC, you get new content in the editor as well, which is pretty cool. Alright, so I have this in place. Now let's add our faction. And go back down on the ground this time. Look at that. You actually seen the shadows. Look at that. Nice to see all the shadows and everything passing overhead there. Alright, so we need to add another faction here. Leave that right there. Once again, we need to change this to Japanese. Let's go access Japanese. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. And we need to change the squad loadout to, once again, let's look for Japanese. And it would be airplane crew. And I see all the different factions here. We have SNLF artillery there. You have the 80 Japanese soldier there, flamethrower, tank crew member, and the like there. And should have sniper in there, the recon team probably. Yeah. Yeah, it's really, I like what they're doing with the game. They're really actually taking it to quite a level indeed. Okay. So air crew, that is it. Spawn vehicle. Alright, so let's go back up to the plane now and let's make sure that we add it to, yeah. Yep, should be there now. And down we go. Once it has a line attached, there you go. Yeah, once the line is attached, it's already attached to that. So this unit here will now spawn. We can put them a little out the way here. And this one as well. Let's close that. Let's move a bit out the way. Here we go. Alright, so probably will have some anti-aircraft guns around this position here as well, as the allies would have their planes as well coming in. For the allies, I think I'll probably put another battleship out there. And yeah, so there you go. There you have it. Look at that. Japanese got some firepower there. Plus they also have this in place. Let's move this a bit across a bit more. I think I should be fine. Move across a little bit more. Have to be mindful that, yeah, it should be fine. That's a lot of space between there and there. So I don't have anything attached to the planes on the ground because I have had issues with the AI taking off and going airborne. So for now, I'm going to leave it out there. I'm going to give it a try at some point. But for now, I'm going to leave it for humans. So only humans will be using these planes. So you can jump in to the plane and you can fly it and give it a go. So that'll be exactly what I'm doing. But all those planes that are up in the air here, those are primarily for AI to pilot. And once you have the space, then of course you can actually join and stuff like that. Gonna put some units here as well, some Japanese soldiers, probably some an artillery team here. Let's give it a go here. All right, so change to, yeah, leave that as it is. Squad loadout, let's go Japan again. Artillery, there we go. Oh, that's position there. Okay, I was wondering. Spawn on vehicle. Free movement. No, as artillery thing, I think I'll leave them in place. I won't have them so we can see this. This is their the movement or the waypoint icon there. So if I place it down there, the unit will actually move to that point there and defend it or attack whatever the command may be. So. Okay, I need to put a vehicle there, or I do believe for this I can ultimately AI brain script default. Oh, so they already have an AI brain script in place. Just one though, the coastal AI lure that actually comes with this. Don't think I'm going to do that. What I will use the coastal AI lure for would be for the units up front there. So I can change the script to the coastal lure defense. I'm sure that's the, I haven't really looked at the script yet, but I'm assuming that might be. That's a good thing about it, you can always change. If you don't like how something's working, you can always go back into the game and re-edit it and re-upload it if you wish to. So that's what I have so far. United States there with their landing crafts, and they have 2 big battleships out there. I think we're going to give them another one. They're going to need as much firepower. The Japanese are really dug in there. Oh my days. And with all the firepower in the world, yeah, you still got to go down on the ground. You still have to go down on the ground. Otherwise, yep. That is what's going to be the problem, isn't it? Pounding, bombing, and then yeah, you did some damage, but yeah, there's resistance still there, so you gotta go on the ground and probably test things out. Otherwise, yeah. So yeah, as you can see, I have the gun positioning in place for this. That is the gunnery there, the Japanese in place there. And have that faction there as well. I think I'm going to push that back a bit. Just a little bit to pinch there. Okay. That looks alright. Not much cover here though. Do I have any gunnery positions here? Let's have a look. No. Nothing there. So I probably need to put a Probably need to put a bit of a gunny position there for sure. Okay, so what I'll do here. Alright, we have this here. That's not much of a firepower there, so now I need to put probably an artillery unit there. Static gun. What is special? Oh, cool, they got aircraft searchlight. New Orleans class heavy cruiser. Okay. Auto transport, generic fish boat. Oh, TFS 230. My days, interesting. Okay. We got the C-47, Skytrain UK and US. Horse glider. Ah, nice. They got the glider in there now. Nice. That's the German Junkers LCA, of course, a landing craft. And this one has a hook. And that is the landing craft they used during the Second World War there, LCVP. And this one has a machine gun in it as well, LCVP MG. Yeah, good job. They've really added a lot from once they used it middle of the year. It's like, wow, they've added a lot of stuff to it. A lot. Alright, so I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do now, friends. I'm going to come back to it in a bit. And yeah, I'm really getting into it. I'm absolutely really getting into this modding for sure. Oh yeah, I'm just now seeing your comment there, bro. Hold on, let me just there. Let me just see what I can. Yeah, I'm gonna take a bit of a break here. Yeah, definitely, it is a really good game. Easy Red 2 is a great game. I love it. I spoke to Mark Amadi when I actually did my first map for Easy Red 2, and yeah, I'm sure he was pleased. He was more like, yeah, you know, it's like probably looking at some of the other maps I built as well here and there, but yeah, cool guy, and I love what they're doing with the game so far. And just a couple of things I did bring to his attention. I just keep it between us. There's a couple of things I did bring to his attention, and I'm sure that he's probably thinking about working on it. And you know, just two main things. But in terms of the actual gameplay itself, really improved. Last time I played it, and that was like just a couple, 2 months before the season, before all these massive updates came out. The game definitely looked like, wow, I couldn't believe it was the same game, and it was really incredible. Just like Enlisted too, you know, you can actually mod Enlisted. I have all the tools, I have all the information, I have everything I need even to mod for Enlisted, but it's just me, okay, I just can't mod for everything. Because I still want to actually do some modding I want to actually build some stuff for the Unreal Engine as well, and Fortnite. I've actually started to actually look at building a Fortnite map as well. So it's a lot of things. I actually started building an Armor 3 map, but yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of scripting. That is a lot of scripting. You can't get a lot of things to work unless you know exactly how to script as well. That is Armor 3 is a lot of scripting to get the soldiers to jump out to the transport planes, the movement from one point to the next point. Yes, you can drag and drop certain things here and there, but to make certain things work, you got to use script, and that goes with anything else. But yeah, bro, thanks for joining the stream, and I absolutely agree with you 100%. Easy Red 2 is a great game. It's a really great game, and I told Mark Ramadi when he spoke to me, he messaged me back when I said I support what he's doing, and you know, and actually I bought the last DLC that came out as well, and yeah, really great game, and I was impressed, and I know he's working behind the scenes probably tirelessly, you know, especially when you're passionate about something and you see it coming to life. Then I'm like that. If I'm working on something, whether it's like I'm doing my music production or if I'm building a map, I'm not saying that I'm not passionate about this, but yeah, I have so much different things happening right now. It's like I want to see it finished, but to see anything finished, you got to put in the work. And yeah, I think what I need to do as well, I probably need to look for other groups and organizations out there, hands-on, probably in the area or whatever, and see if I can actually contact them and say we can get together for some sessions, troubleshoot ideas, and work on projects. Sometimes when you work with projects with other people, it kind of inspires you to do more and to learn more as well. So yeah, it's not always good to go lone wolf because when you go lone wolf, it takes a lot longer. But when you work in teams and groups, it actually makes it a lot more fun and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely thank you so much for joining the stream. I appreciate it so much. And yeah, 100% good game, 100%. Easy Red 2, really great game. And I love what they're doing in terms of the development. Mark and Maddie doing a really good job, and the team as well. So okay, I'm going to take a bit of a pause, and we get straight back into it. And once again, season's greetings to everybody. And I'm taking a bit of a chance here because I'm not using a direct connection in terms of my internet. I'm actually doing this on Wi-Fi, which is dangerous. So I've actually reduced the settings in terms of the latency. I'll reduce that down to the lowest settings because latency can be an issue, especially when you don't hook up directly. Yeah, I'm at kind of like moving between different spots, doing different projects. Yeah, you know it is sometimes. This time of year is crazy, so it's quiet today. Don't have like the family sort of background kind of noise or the friend sort of background kind of noise. So not more like in a creative kind of environment where I can actually sit down and or stand up and do projects and think. Yeah, some people could plug in the heavy metal, and how do they do it? How do you guys do it? Plug in your heavy metal music and still ace everything at test and all that kind of stuff. How do you guys do it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't mind my music turned up, but in between, but when I'm doing my learning, I just need to have my space so I can think and concentrate. A little bit distraction here and there, but it's beyond me how some people could actually have their music cranked up and still ace everything. I don't know. I'm just different, okay? I'm like the odd one out. Yeah. Alright, so back with some more of this Easy Red 2 map modding. And remember, of course, it's a custom map that I'm building. As you can see, it's still a work in progress. And definitely it's going to take me a bit more work to actually get it finished. But the thing about building things, especially where maps are concerned, unless you have a team around you who are experienced, or people who have a similar sort of idea, not, you know what they say, minds who think alike can actually see things or pick up things quickly, and they can work together better. It's like if you're working with someone, everything you say, everything you do, they don't agree with you. They tear into other pieces. No, try this. So, but then you try to show them your way, and they just don't want to compromise. You can't work with people like that, you know. But I like working with people that you can compromise. Okay, let me hear your point. Why can't this work? Okay, what is your idea? This is my idea. Can we find some sort of like a neutral point where we can work together and at least finalize that? I like people like that, where you can actually like work together and just smooth things out. Yeah, so, but this is going to take me a while. I mean, yeah, it's going to take me a little while, but I will finish it. I promise you, I will absolutely, most definitely finish it. When I do, you guys in the community, guys and gals in the community, definitely be the first to know and stuff like that. And the name of this map that I'm working on is called Gamer Coastal Storm. It's Easy Red 2 World War II scenario between, the scenario is based between the United States making a coastal assault landing. They have firepower in terms of ships out there, battleships out there in the distance, who will be pounding the mainland, of course, and positions of the Japanese. And we have air cover as well for the United States. But the Japanese, of course, are well entrenched, well dug in. They have their machine guns in place. They have the artillery pieces as well there. Plus, of course, they have a little airfield there where they have a bomber and, of course, a fighter jet, of course, in place. And it's going to be tough. By the time I finish this, it's going to be like one big, massive mayhem of a battle. And yeah, I can hardly wait to actually finish it, because, you know, those who love tech and modding, you know, the thing is that to see things come to life is always a big plus. So that's right, my friend. Thanks for the shout. I'm going to give you back a shout out in a while, but right now, yeah, definitely going to take a bit of a pause. Of course, the action continues in just a flash dash while.
If you're cricket career isn't as epic as Flash's, time to step up your game. Welcome to Flash Cricket 24 Club Career Live Gameplay. Our favourite all-rounder is smashing records and taking names. With every match, Flash's skills are hitting new heights. His last performance, absolutely stellar. Ready to see if he keeps up the momentum? Stay tuned, because more live action is coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
End of the over, and a very nicely bowled one. Not much opportunity to score runs there.
And once again, thank you so much for joining today's live stream. Well, I think I'm gonna grab myself delicious deep dish pizza. Yeah, one of my custom pizzas. I do love making pizzas. Of course, I gotta have a nice cold drink to go along with it. And don't forget to give a thumbs up and drop a comment and activate the notifications bell icon so you'll always be in the know when next I go live. So don't you dare go anywhere. This live stream will return in a flash dash while. Whoa, what the? No way!
This is Sparta! Remember to Sparta smash that like button, comment, subscribe to this channel, and activate the notifications bell icon. Feel free to show your support and loft those battle shields high. Spartans, this Flash live stream will return in just a Spartan warrior moment.
Hey everyone! Are you looking for some serious excitement? You know that feeling of pure adrenaline? Well, Flash's stream is here to give you the best first-person shooter action. These battles are super intense and can be over in a flash. Sometimes you give it your all and still come up short, but hey, losing one fight doesn't mean you lost the whole thing, right? Flash's stream has everything you'd want. Crazy fast battles, smart team plays, you name it. We're all in this together, a true team. Don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. Share it with your friends, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on the action. Get ready for some epic battles because this is Flash's ultimate FPS showdown. Let's do this, soldier. It's lock and load time. Let's go, go, go.
If you're a tech enthusiast, you need to hear this. Flash Tech Tips is your new go-to for all things tech. From quick software fixes to game modding tutorials, we've got it covered in bite-sized and longer tech videos. Stay updated with the latest amazing tech news and learn new tricks to enhance your digital life. Remember to subscribe, give us a thumbs up, drop a comment, and activate notifications. Dive into the future of tech with Flash Tech Tips.
Thank you.
for another Flash Wild Wild West gamer stream. Let's roll across the hard tumbleweed plains, do some hunting, eat some campfire grub, have some dose brutal barroom brawls, greet some pretty towns ladies, do fast draw gunslinger high noon duels. We'd be drifting across some smoky dusty towns riding solo or join a tough fit and ready posse. Let's take on countless sheriff outlaw bounties and much more. Yeehaw. This is the Wild West, y'all. So come on. Your horse is ready. Can't you see I'm already saddled up? Let's ride. Double kill. Another epic mission awaits us.
Imagine the roar of the crowd, the thrill of the kickoff, the tension of the final moments. Gamer Flash live stream brings you right into the heart of football mania. From the grand stages of the World Cup, where international teams clash for the most coveted title in football, to the fierce local derbies in club league tournaments where regional teams battle tooth and nail. Feel every pass, tackle and goal with front row seats to continuous heart-pounding action. Whether it's the strategic play of world-class athletes at the World Cup or the raw passion of local heroes in club matches, every game promises to be a spectacle of skill and spirit. So gear up for an epic journey through the beautiful game. From the first whistle to the last, experience the highs, the lows, and everything in between. It's more than just a game. It's a series of battles, each one more thrilling than the last. Dive into the action, live where legends are made and history is written.
Grove. Fragile piece among ancient inhabitants destroyed by greed. 2 weeks into operation, 7 cryptids are gunned down by resort security. Management covers the truth. The cryptids reach their breaking point. Dawn breaks on an unlikely alliance forged from primal rage. Organized hunting packs begin their systematic assault on the human settlements. Sasquatch infantry charges the main resort perimeter defenses. Stealth raiding parties infiltrate the campgrounds under the cover of darkness. Forest fires are used to trap and corner heavily armed human patrol units. The siege beasts begin tearing down the outer fortifications. Verdant Horizons calls in the final option, total eradication of the remaining forest. The cryptids sense the threat of total annihilation and prepare their last stand. The battle for Montaria Grove's very existence is about to erupt.
So that's right, it's a bit of a film or even a game concept that I'm working on. The War of the Cryptids. Yeah, basically has a bit of a monster horror sort of theme to it. But this time, the monsters I'm not exactly totally the monsters in this one. As basically speaking, it's their forest homeland or their forest area is under attack from a development corporation. And that basically wants, if not most of it, all of it, to turn into a recreational zone. And the cryptids, very much a thorn in their side, very much in their way of their plans. And the cryptids been there for eons and eons and eons of generations. And realize that they don't make a stand to try and see if they can make some sort of a statement and get the corporation development team having second thoughts about it, then definitely won't have much of anything left. So yeah, basically that's the concept of the War of the Cryptids, as they try to defend a forested area that they know as home. Yes, they're cryptids, the likes of Bigfoot, the Grafton Monster, the Smoke Wolf, but yes, they fight among themselves and have their little, I guess you say, bush forest battles here and there. But at least when push comes to shove and it's a matter of survival, and at this point in junction, they plan to all come together as they try and fend off and push back the Development Corporation. So that was basically a first look, part 1, but I have part 2 coming out soon, well, most likely for the new year, and be a bit longer. I'm still putting together some clips and some concepts of how I want to deliver it. But as soon as I have mostly everything put together, I will release a trailer on it. And I'm definitely hoping to blow you away, something that is really magnificent enough to make you really say, wow. So fingers crossed I can actually pull it off. So yep, second part, War of the Cryptids, coming out most likely for 2026. And once again, friends, thank you so much for joining today's live stream. And that's right, Roy, it's a bit of a tech stream, not a gamer stream this time. As we look at some modding for Easy Red 2, and that was suggested there by my friend. Yes, it's a really good game. Marco Abmadi, really cool guy, and I did reach out to him and we did message each other back and forth a bit, and yeah, and I'm sure he knows I'm actually building maps. Well, built one map so far for the game, and I'm working on a second one here. And the name of this one that I'm working on is called Gamer Coastal Storm. And as soon as I'm finished doing that, I will absolutely, most definitely upload it, so everyone, of course, who has the game can enjoy it and give it a go as well. Yes, season's greetings one and all, and hoping everything's going well for the Christmas season so far, and yeah, hoping that 2026 is going to be a year that's filled with lots of promising, awesome moments of development, and of course, I'm sure you made up most of your New Year's resolutions already, if not at least. Yeah, you gotta get on with it. You gotta get on and make some sort of positive New Year resolutions, and look forward towards 2026 of a year of growth and positive development and happiness and the like, of course. But yep, the season's still very much on. It's still just the 10th of December. Of course, the 25th is the day of celebration, and hoping that everyone has quite an amazing, festive, blessed Christmas, and hope you enjoy it to the max with friends and family, and why not, of course, the neighbors as well. Yeah, it's all about celebrating an amazing time, special, blessed time of the year, and making the most of it, of course, together as neighborly as possible. So yep, hoping that you're having a flash-tastic, yeah, I gotta put the flash into it. I'm hoping you're having a flash-tastic season so far, to one and all. And yep, this one has a bit of a techie sort of feel to it, look to it. And an overview, of course, it's all about some modding for Easy Red 2, and the map that I'm trying, of course, to finish as soon as possible is a map called Gamer Coastal Storm. It's the United States taking on Japan, World War themed sort of scenario where the Japanese are the defenders and the United States attacking, making an assault to try and see if they can take those positions and push the Japanese forces out. It's not going to be easy. Both sides, of course, have their advantages, but the Japanese do have a bit of an advantage as it's all elevated terrain, and the United States, of course, pushing their troops along a coastal corridor which is very much open, almost like the Battle of Normandy. Of course, those of us who've watched the movies with the Battle of Normandy, with that landing, it was horrific. You can imagine what the soldiers and the landing units went through. Some of them didn't even make it off the actual landing vessels. Yeah, it was terrible. But war is as war is, right? And casualties are always, more than anything, inevitable, especially when artillery and gunfire is at play. Yes, of course, in the case of wars. But if you're looking at ancient battles like I have on the channel as well, ancient epic battles gameplay, of course, it's all about axes and swords and spears and the likes. So yeah, but anyway you look at it, yeah, war and battles are always lots of painful moments and casualties and mayhem and the like. So yeah, so try my best to see if I can actually put this map together, and as soon as it's done I will definitely upload it upload it so you can have fun with it as well. And remember, tomorrow, Thursday. Yes, that's right. Today's Wednesday. I think this might be one of my first time of doing a live stream on a Wednesday. And the thing is, I'm also making a bit of history as well. First time I'm actually doing a stream using Wi-Fi. I'm not using my usual plugged-in connection because I'm doing sort of like audio production, so I'm at a different location. That's why you're not hearing so much background noise. This location is quiet. You're not hearing any background noise, right? The other location, right? The main location I'm at most of the time, doing other projects, and of course my classes, and of course helping out a few things as well with the fam there. So yeah, that location there, oh my days. Yeah. Noise everywhere, but it's all good. It's all good. Just have to like work around it from time to time. But yeah, that's all for tomorrow. Some FPS gameplay, and yeah, should be pretty epic fun as well. So definitely have quite a nice variety lined up for you. And yeah, why not even throw in some Easy Red 2 as well. This time some game sessions, and maybe some Master Halo, of course, Chief Collection. And Enlisted came up with a lot of patches as well, so I wouldn't mind jumping into that and see what's new in that as well. But it's lots to choose from, and of course it's still trying to get some updated game software as well, and I'll see some big sales coming out as well. I mean, come on, game developers. You know, it's the season. 'Tis the season, all right. You need to not bring out some of those big discounts too early on in the month. Anytime from now upwards before the 25th, perfect time to launch your sales, okay? I'm just saying, I mean, you know, like, you gotta do it just before. It's not like when you go into the supermarket to do your early shopping, like before the Christmas rush. Some people do that. Some families make sure they get it like the month before, or bang on the 1st or 2nd of December, they make sure they get everything for the day. And other people, well, I don't know. Other people, it's like Christmas would not be Christmas unless they're still out shopping on the 23rd and the 24th. But people are as they are, right? Exactly. So I'm just saying, game developers, you're going to release any deals, gotta do it like a week and a half, at least close to the day, not bang on the 1st of December. In my opinion, yeah, I know it's like more or less end of month, but sometimes people holding back just to get a little bit of a deal, and then some people of course get, gets little extras, just before the day itself, like the bonuses and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just saying, you gotta have, like, if you do it on the 1st, you gotta do it like after the 10th upwards, right? I'm just saying. So we'll see. Still looking at the deals, see exactly what's happening at some of those game download and application sites. Yeah, so if I do get a good deal, yeah. So definitely, but I'm actually seeing a couple that's out right now, so you just never know. Never know. And if I do, yeah, definitely would add it to the roster for sure. But I'm also looking at my specs, so I'm looking at my hardware. Yeah, I don't have, my specs are okay, but I don't have like the ultimate streaming sort of system in terms of my GPU and my CPU. I have plenty of RAM. I have 24 gigs of RAM, which is enough, more than enough, right? But I'm looking at my CPU and my GPU. Need something a bit more powerful, especially to flow in the game. I don't want any stuttering, no lags. I don't want to push it down to the lower settings, because that's not going to look good, right? So at some point, definitely need to upgrade my system, and so I can actually give you guys some of the latest out there. I know I've been getting some requests even with NBA as well, so I definitely have NBA 2K26 on my wish list as well. So yeah, at some point I'll definitely will get that. But it's not too bad in terms of the specs. My system can definitely handle that as it is. But I'm also looking at my system apart from everything else I'll be running to do that stream as well, because yeah, running the game is one thing, running your applications is one thing, but other things have to run in the background to actually make your system work. And you can't put too much stress on your hardware, especially if the software demands that extra bit of power from your central processing units or your graphics unit as well. So I'm just taking all that into consideration before I jump into this thing. Certain things I'm not going to get, even if I want to, even if at the time I can. I'm looking at my system as well, so I have to calculate everything from a techie perspective. So bear with me. I know some of my fans out there, some of my my supporters out there in terms of my streams definitely want to see some more upgrades in terms of my sort of games and applications that I do push out there. But yeah, I'm also looking at doing the upgrade as well. But I have lots of content. Plus, of course, I can do modding tutorials like this from time to time. So yeah, so tomorrow, Thursday, yeah, got some fun FPS gameplay lined up for you, and yeah, got a variety. And I do believe I have a couple I can throw into the first look department as well. So I'll see. I'll definitely let you know if I can actually throw in a first look. Right after the stream, I'll look through my library and see what I can find. And I'm sure I can find a first look FPS as well in there. So yeah. And if I do find something that looks pretty cool, which I have not planned to release for next year, definitely going to throw it into the mix as well for sure. And don't forget, on Friday, yep, got some fun fighter lined up for you. As yes, got some Injustice 2. And yeah, I also got some Mortal Kombat as well. And I'm finding quite a few other nice, cool fighter games as well. And I do believe I can actually toss in another first look as well. And definitely it's going to be a lot of fun and quite epic as well. Because I did find a new one the other day. And a game that was pretty fun in terms of a fighter is Ninja Party. So I can definitely throw in some Ninja Party, apart from probably some One Piece and some Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 as well. And yeah, just mix things up and max out the fun for sure. And on Saturday, oh yeah, big match. New Zealand will be taking on South Africa. We've got some more Cricket 24 lineup here as the Proteas takes on the Black Caps. It's round 6 action, and I do believe I am reverting back to a stronger team. So therefore, if that's the case, I'll have to double check and see which team was the last match, of course. And if it is a stronger team I play with the last match, I'll be going with a weaker team. If it is a weaker team with the last match, I'll be going with a stronger team. But I do believe offhand I'll be trying for the W for the New Zealand in that one. So yes, New Zealand are taking on South Africa. And yes, it's ODI, full 50 overs per side cricket, potentially 100 overs of bowling and batting and fielding. And definitely should be quite an interesting match as well. So make sure you tune in on Saturday for that. For those of you who love cricket, yeah, definitely got you covered on Saturday. And on Sunday, it's Cameroon taking on Brazil. It's World Cup action. I talk about World Cup action. I understand that FC26 is actually bringing in a World Cup mode. How awesome is that? FC26 is bringing in a World Cup mode. But I do believe that there's a FIFA game that's coming out made by 2K just before the World Cup actually kicks off. The actual World Cup itself actually kicks off, not the preliminaries. The World Cup itself kicks off in 2026. So yeah, EA's got some competition out there coming. So don't know what they're gonna bring, because we know 2K makes some really great games like the basketball NBA, right? So if it looks anything like that, and the gameplay is smooth and everything like that, and it looks fun as well, and they bring some really interesting modes, and of course if they're working with International FIFA Association as well, then ultimately there's definitely going to be World Cup in there as well, and that might be a mainstay of the game. So yeah, EA will definitely have a lot of competition where that's concerned. So not a bad idea to bring in a World Cup mode as well, especially with the upcoming competition in terms of 2K's FIFA game as well. So yeah, I cannot wait to see what they bring as well. Out of curiosity, they're basically the new the new kids on the block in terms of football, because they've never done a football game before, but they have the experience in making a lot of great games, especially the NBA franchise. So yeah, I can't wait to see what they bring. And FC, of course, FC26 World Cup mode is going to be there as well. But I hope it's going to be packed up with all the international teams, at least most of them. You know, because we want diversity, we want variety in there. So definitely see exactly at some point. But yeah, I'm working on eventually. I'll definitely get the upgrade for the FIFA as well. FC26 looks good, and from all accounts, it is playable acceptably enough on my system. As you know, I normally do the FIFA 23, but from all accounts, the 26 looks good, and it can, in terms of the requirements, hardware requirements, it looks accepted enough to run on my system. So yeah, on my radar to get at some point, so definitely will keep you updated with that's concerned. So yeah, on Sunday, got it covered with some FIFA action, as this time it's Brazil taking on Cameroon. And for this particular match, I'll be trying for the W for Brazil, so we can actually bring out some samba play and some slick movements and all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Get the ball moving around, you know what I mean? Keep that midfield active and, you know, get things, you know, in the right sort of order and placement and slick passing and, you know, make sure I feed the wingers and everything up front to keep things nice and tight in the back. Yeah, it's Brazil. We got to bring some samba, right, to some football. So yeah, check it out on Sunday. And we'll see exactly how that goes. And right after that one, yep, it's not over yet. Got this one lined up for you, as this time it's River Plate taking on Talleres. It's Argentine professional league for soccer, as a River Plate. Yeah, I'm trying for the W for River Plate in this one. We're taking on Talleres. Definitely is going to be quite an epic fun game. And can hardly wait to actually get that one out of the way as well and flowing. So yeah, 2 great matches lined up. Wow, look at that. So you got Brazil and Cameroon, followed by this one, River Plate taking on Talleres. That's taking place this Sunday right here on this channel. What the? No way!
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas and many thanks for joining today's live stream. It's your jovial friend Santa Claus and teaming up with Gamer Flash live stream today. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas and many thanks for joining today's live stream. It's your jovial friend Santa Claus and teaming up with Gamer Flash live stream today. Remember to Rudolph smash that like button, drop a comment, flashscribe to this channel and activate the notification bell icon so you will always know when next we go live. Ha! Well, it's time to get some cookies and Christmas pudding. Flash Gamer Stream will be back in a sleigh bell moment.
And once again, many thanks for joining today's live stream. That's right, Gamer Bro Flash here. And yeah, something a bit techie this time. And definitely is a lot of fun actually. Easy Red 2 is the name of the game, some modding for Easy Red 2 and a map that I'm working on called Gamer Coastal Storm. And yeah, just showing exactly what it takes to be a modder and to build maps. And yeah, of course when you add a little code as well, and did add some code to it, some Lewis script, it actually does add quite a bit of extra to the artificial intelligence in the game in terms of what you want it to do. And the script I added, of course, was to make them a bit more aware of what's happening around and about them, rather than just being sluggish, like, you know, some sort of a sluggish NPC that's just there just to take up space. No, nothing like a little zombie, okay? We need our AI to have some life, so add a bit of Lua script to it as well. And of course, I'm also working on a bit of a comic strip that I actually did release. And quite interesting, I must say. And the name of this comic strip is called Flash Bro and Budgie Pixel Pals Real Heroes. And yeah, we're the best of pals. I mean, yeah, I mean, we may not always get along. We sort of like tease each other, you know, do a little tricks, you know, to upset everything in the game. You know, like he might switch my controllers and I got my wonky sort of like, you know, stick to use. And he says he doesn't know anything about, you know, like brothers and cousins are always like at each other's throats, right? So yeah, you get the general idea. But even though we may, you know, have these little moments where we taunt each other or tease each other, but push comes to shove, we're definitely still the best of pals. And basically speaking, that's what that's all about. So here you go. So my very first one, I've already started to post it on social media, and initially started teasing here. Wow, you're like 2 feet tall. So I'm laughing at him. I'm saying like, so you need a controller to reach the stool? Oh wow, is Budgie so upset? I mean, wow. Last thing you want to do is make a Budgie God upset, right? So as I soon do that, here's his response.
Ha! Make fun all you want. Amazing. I always cut you down to size in the game.
Yep, that's my buddy, Budgie. So even though we may actually tease each other, a bit of a voice changer there. Yeah, we're still the best of pals. Yeah, we maybe look like we upset and at each other's throat, but still, yeah. Don't want to come between yours truly, the Flash Bro, and my buddy Budgie, okay? I still got Budgie's back. So definitely is already on some of my social media, of course, and of course I'll launch it right here on YouTube. Very first look there at Flash Bro and Budgie and Pixel Pals and Real Heroes. Bit of a comic strip release. So thanks once again for joining today's stream, and yeah, definitely time to jump back into some more modding and see what else we can add. And of course, after that, we'll jump in to give it a bit of a look and see how it shapes up in the game. Alright, so everything's all lined up and ready to go. And yeah, see exactly what else we can start to add to the game and make it quite interesting. Double check in and make sure my Lua script is still there. There it is. And of course, the script is here to make the AI a bit more alert. And yeah, this is for all factions involved, where the allies are axis all together. Alright, so I did say before the break that I'm just gonna make a bit of a change here. Probably see if we can add probably a bit of a, if I can, maybe a gun if we can, maybe an artillery gun, but that's so low though. My days. That is so low. But maybe I could put it right there at the edge there. probably give that a try. That. Alright, so the Japanese defense unit could be right here with a bit of a gun there. This window, but it's not much of a defense here because it's wood. And, jeez, practically any heavy round could penetrate this. Yeah. So, probably not the best place to put something like that. I mean, you could probably get off a couple rounds here and there, but if this had a bit of like a step up to get to that point on top there, you could probably put some concrete blocks on top of there and fortified, and then put up some artillery there. But what I think I'll do here, is that a mortar round? No, that's a gun. Okay. Let's see if we can actually put let's see if we can put let's see what we have in terms of static guns. Okay. I think that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for no. Oh, that's just an object spawner. Don't need that really. Alright, let's look at for wheels, see what we have here. Okay. Got some military carriers there. Wow. The content that they added into this game is really amazing. Okay, that's the gun out there, the Vickers MG. Alright, that's some flak there. I think I might need to put a flak there. Some anti-aircraft. Probably this here. Let's give this a go first. Like I said, I can always change these afterwards. So a bit of an artillery piece there. And I can actually assign a team to them. Change the camo. Let's see what we have here. Oh, well, it's mainly a German piece, so yeah, more likely to get German camo for it. And I guess those in terms of historic accuracy, be looking at probably adding something that's more depicting for Japanese use. So we can actually change it. Let's see what else we have then. That'll be a static gun. Probably mortars could go there as well. Let's give this a look here. I guess as a machine gunner, really want to have this big gun going off by your ear all the time. Let me see. Let's bring this a little further across. Oh, that's that one there. That's what I want to move. Yeah, every single soldier, vehicle, etc. has their own little tag above them. It helps out quite a bit to move them into place. It's not just a matter of just putting down. Sometimes you gotta make some adjustment because the foot might not go down properly. So look for the red. You look at that. See, the foot's now just about gone down right there. Back looks alright. Yeah, if you don't make the adjustments, ultimately you're gonna have bits sticking up in the air. This is not just a map plunking them down into place. Last thing you want to do is go into a map and you see that the building is big gaping hole underneath it. So it's always good to look at the angles and see exactly how you can actually make them look more presentable. And I think you gotta be careful as well as getting the objects in terms of static objects, that is sort of like, it doesn't really happen so much in modding for Easy Red 2, but I know in Battlefield 2 for sure, when you have objects sort of like intersecting, especially when it comes to creating the mesh, it can create a lot of issues. And sometimes the game is going to crash, not that the mesh is bad, it's just that you have some indices, you have some interlocking sort of meshes that are sort of like, you know, touching or basically, you know, interwoven close to each other's space, and that can cause a lot of errors. And sometimes troubleshooting is because of that issue, or it could be a static object that has issues in terms of the way it was actually produced, and certain aspect of even skins as well that were not rendered properly. Small little details like that can sometimes cause your map not to launch, and unless you're troubleshooting, everything looks perfect, and just that one tiny little error is causing your entire game or your entire map not to work. Take it out, change it, before you know it, everything's working perfect again. Yep. Yeah, sometimes the little things you overlook can cause the biggest problems, right? So yeah, I'll leave it like that for now. It probably needs a little adjustment afterwards, so it's not too bad. Let me have a look at the back of this. Not too bad. Don't intend to move that. Yeah, I haven't done this like since middle of the year. Honestly, I kind of had a look at it before I came on the stream. Checked out a few things, added one or two little tweaks in it. Nothing much, but I guess once you get accustomed to something, the muscle memory kind of kicks in, and that's why I'm able to jump into, you know, game engines like Unreal Engine and get a feel of the editor quite quickly. Blender the same thing. And I've got a few actual engines as well that I have not even opened yet. It's like so much game developers and teams are actually releasing mods, or should I say tools, to actually build maps and other items. It's amazing. It's a lot. Yeah, but hats off to the team, Easy Red 2. Really great game, and yeah. Mark Armati, really awesome developer, and yeah, he listens to his fans and listens to those who actually support his game as well. So that's good. That's good when a developer can listen to what the community is saying about the product, about this and that in the game, or what they believe could be added. I mean, within reason, of course. You're not gonna add every single thing under the sun in terms of your game, but you know, at least even if you say I can't add this, you can give a reason why, or maybe at some later date. So yeah, I don't know, I might just leave it for now. I'm sure you just want me to add a couple more things and we jump straight into it, see exactly how the game looks, right? Or I should say the map. I'm sure those of you who are playing it more than I am probably know exactly what the game looks like with all the new updates. But I need to add a team now to control this. Okay, so let's add a team here. Alright, so let's add a team. Let's see, where can we put this team member here? Let's put him out the way. We need to assign him to this vehicle as well. And also remember, normally the default is the United States. So whichever team you're using, if you're not using the United States for whether it's attack or defense, you have to actually change it. So yeah, so let's do that now. And there you go, United States. So let's change it to Japan. And don't think I will actually give them a waypoint because I want to defend this position, so they're basically rooted to this position. But I will have some units put aside separately who probably wouldn't go all the way down on the beachfront, but will actually go like to certain points where there's a bit of cover to sort of like meet the United States advancing attacking units and see if they can actually counter them. And I think I'm gonna go with the coastal allure on this. Okay. Hold on here. I think that script should be already in place. I'm looking for editing option, but I'm not getting a script like so I might have to go with default, but I'll leave it on coastal allure for now on. Once the units do exactly as they're supposed to, then it should be there. And we also have to change the squad loadout as well, so I'll probably Let's say Japan as well. We'll probably use artillery. Let's look for artillery then. There you go. Artillery crew, they got artillery crew 1937, and then they've got, I guess, the artillery crew after 1937 as well. So there's also a flamethrower unit there as well. Alright, so let's go with artillery crew, spawn on vehicle. Yeah, that should be there now. There we go. So the team here will absolutely spawn on this gun by default. So the Americans invading will have this to deal with. I'm still thinking I can actually put a gun in here. Let's see what we can add here. It's not much. Maybe what I can look for is some sandbags. Back in those times, well, even in times now, especially defensive units, they need a little extra protection from mortars and artillery rounds. Sometimes sandbags work, sometimes they don't, especially with the explosive residual effect from what they got now at use in terms of artillery. Sandbags don't really give you much protection. But in terms of machine gun fire, yeah, definitely. And I guess back then it was mainly a landing force with riflemen and the like. And yeah, sandbags probably could work here, but I'll see if I can put a bit of, let's see what we have here. Alright. Probably a little too high though. I think I'm gonna have to change that. Yep. Way too high. Check that out. Intersecting right there. Alright, so easy to change that. Let's see. No. Or something lower than that. I'm sure I'll find something lower. Let's go down lower. Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, gotta be careful. You have to make sure highlight the area. See, this would move it forward or back. This would move it side to side. This, the XY. Okay. One goes forward like that, the blue. The red goes. Yeah, the red goes like that. And of course, the yellow goes up. So let's look for the blue. And yes, it's intersected and we don't want that. So we'll adjust it accordingly. And let's see if we can actually align it. Yeah, normally a lot of game developers, they have teams doing this. Because like I said, it's commercial, it's a business, so they have deadlines and stuff like that to meet. Alright, you can say, but I'm intersecting here. This is fine. It's intercepting into another static object. It's true, but the thing is, this is okay for this. Especially, it's not the whole thing, it's in part. And that's intersecting to take root here. Yeah, if this was like a bunker intersecting with another bunker, now that's an issue. But this here would have a bit more leeway in terms of qualities that would not cause any issues with the loading of the map itself. Yeah, should be fine. I'm not going to go all the way down there like that, but yeah, I'm gonna keep it like that. Should be fine. Let's see, probably can move it across a bit more. And let's check that again. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, a lot of collision mesh issues can arise when you have a lot of intersection statics or static objects, and can cause a lot of CTD, that is, crash to desktop issues. And yeah, we don't want that. Probably can come forward just a little bit more, or I should say back a bit. And let's have a look here. That looks acceptable. So now we have that in place. I can assign a team for that. Yeah, why not? Let's leave that there. Once again, I've got to change it because, yep, United States there again. Axis, go to Japan. I'm going to change it to, let's see now. They got reservists there as well. Wow. Got the Navy laborer, artillery. The AT gunner there, okay. Probably infantry. Yeah. Let's go with infantry there. Free movement. So I'm assuming that if that gets destroyed, the artillery piece there, ultimately speaking, they would spawn and they would not, because the gun's not there. They'd all probably be close to the vicinity where the gun is, and take turns. If one falls and another takes the position and they fire. Yeah, so I'll probably leave it at free movement and spawn a vehicle. There you go. Just saw the line go right on top of it, so it's going to spawn on that. Yeah, once it is, yeah, I know you're looking at the line intersected. No, it's just a command line point, so it should be fine. It's not a static object touching a static object, so that's fine. And I could even, no, it's fine, it's fine. It's not a big deal. If this object here was, by some strange reason, was, yeah, crossing into that, then that's an issue right there. But no, yeah, small issues like that with the line commands and stuff like that, that's not an issue. I'm wondering, let me just see if there's any sandbags, just out of curiosity. I mean, I could actually build this mound up a bit more, this texture terrain mound, that is, and probably cover over this area, so at least the soldiers would have a little bit of cover there, because as it is right there, anything that comes there, when they duck from the fire that's coming in, there's nothing much there. Yes, helmets can only give you that much protection, but, and even armored sort of like plates on your suit, although it probably didn't issue much of that. during those battles there, but let me just check, see if we have any sandbags we can actually add there. Let me see here. Oh, I see. So this is more like a phase objective point, but doesn't give you much more except a radius time. Hold on, let me go back a minute. I want to see something here. All right. So that gives me a bit of well, let's go back even further. Well, it's basically like what I have in place already. So it actually allowed us to add more phase objective time modes as well. Nice. It seems to be the case. Well, I don't want to leave it there because that's already taken there. But what I could do, probably move this elsewhere. Probably over here. And probably can extend it. Let's see how far we can go with that. Wow. That is quite an expanse there. Secure time. I guess that is seconds there. Let's go with 60 seconds then. I do believe that is seconds there. That should be fine. So you have 1 minute to secure it, otherwise if you don't secure it within a minute, it reverts back to the other teams. I'm assuming that's the case. But we'll see. There's a lot of changes being made in terms of what have been added into the editor, so interesting. Look at that expanse there, covering the entire field area there. Well, I think it's too big though. Honestly, in my opinion. I think I should probably split this into two. That belongs to that. Yeah, I definitely made this too big. Of course, you can add props as well. A couch as well. German propaganda. Interesting. Oh, I see. Like the visual signs and posts and stuff like that. Gas tanks, gravel mounds. Okay. Maybe a gravel mount. We'll see. Sandbags I was looking for initially. Do we have sandbags? Those sand. No. That's strange. No sandbags. Oh, there we go. We got sandbags. Alright, so we need this down here. There we go. My. That's going to give you a lot of cover there, but we can't cover the gun. However, we do have a piece there. Bit of an opening. Okay. Now we don't want this intersecting here, so that'll give a bit of protection there from incoming fire. Alright, bring that down. I think that looks good there. Make sure we don't have anything intercepting here. Does it look good? Yeah, it looks alright. A little bit on the long side there. Uh-oh. So might have to there we go. So yeah, once again, many thanks for joining today's live stream, and taking a bit of a chance as well because I'm using Wi-Fi. But the internet's not too bad. But even though Wi-Fi is never the best thing when you're doing streams, but to be on the safe side, I did adjust my latency settings quite a bit, and I'm on ultra low to make sure I don't have any issues. I'll try and minimize that where the stream is concerned. I think that should be good. Thinking here, should be able to bring it across a bit more now. Uh-oh, but then I'll have to move the gun. Just trying to have too much of an overhang there. Yeah, I'll have to bring the gun down more center. That's okay. I know my friend that usually shout me, used to be upset because of usually give me like little assignments to do for like Battlefield 2 mods and stuff like that. And if he's watching this right now, he'd be like, "Oh, come on, why are you not into my map? Why aren't you help me to add this and add that?" But you know, sometimes it's not too demanding, but I have a lot of stuff happening. And then of course, my system, I don't really have a system that's compatible with Battlefield 2. I had a system that was given to me that's compatible with, I guess you could say, the outdated sort of ways in which you can actually build Battlefield 2. It's not compatible with, I can say, even some of the latest operating systems such as Windows 11 and Visual Studio. It's not compatible with the latest Visual Studio either, and the Python script as well, because you have to activate that to actually run certain script commands for Battlefield 2 editor and scripting to run effectively. So I have to have like an outdated version of a lot of things to actually allow the actual scenario to be put into place. But I got another system that I'm kind of helped to get working, and the fan asked me to look at it, and I did, and I got it to work, but they're not asking for it back, so I guess they know it's working, but they're like, oh, they got upgraded stuff. They were just trying to get some files extracted, and I helped them with that. So it's just there. So I did put Battlefield 2 on it, and it seems to be kind of compatible, but I think I might have to change the OS on it, see if I can downgrade it. I know I can't update anything below Windows 10 really, even though Windows 10 is practically obsolete now. So I don't know, so I'll just have to find a way to add the basic things to it, since nobody uses it anymore. It's really outdated, and I might find outdated version of something before Windows 10 probably, if I can't find that, and I can put Battlefield 2 on there and just use it just for doing some modifications to stuff on that. But my updated system as it is, it's not friendly at all to the older versions of Python and Visual Studio as well. No, not even the community version is compatible. So, but it's a great game. I mean, yes, it's the movement is clunky and all that kind of stuff, but it was revolutionary at the time, and I will definitely see what I can do to help my friends, of course, in the community there, with various aspects of getting maps and modifications up and running. But Easy Red 2 is very much compatible with everything I'm doing, and Windows 11, latest Visual Studio, no issues where that's concerned. You know, you just add your script, move your stuff around. Because trying to build something that everything that you have on what you work with is totally upgraded version, so many issues arise. It's unbelievable, but it is of course expected. If it's just not compatible anymore, it's just not going to work, if at all. So yeah, so shoutouts to my friends in the Battlefield 2 community. I know you guys helped me a lot to learn exactly in terms of modding and even coding as well. But yeah, I just don't have I don't have that system I had that was given to me. I got another one right now, and I'm just trying to get that more in line with actually being able to do a bit more, because I was hoping to release a Battlefield 2 map mod for the new year, but we'll see. It's not impossible. After time, when you understand how most of it works, it becomes a lot easier, although even though it's outdated and obsolete, a lot of the functionality of what's used to build it is no longer in use for more modern updated formats of building maps and game engines are concerned. Yeah, it's still a great game, and honestly there's a lot I still don't know, even though to tell you how it's outdated, by far outdated, but still it's a lot of technology, there's a lot of things to even understand how to get even more out of it. It's like you're looking at it from a lay person's terms. You've never done scripting, never done modding before. You might look at it and say, oh, that's outdated, that's so obsolete, oh, why are you still doing that? Doing it to learn. And once you understand the concept of how to build stuff using even Battlefield 2 editor, you realize that it's so much more than just dragging and dropping and placing stuff. And I still don't even understand a fraction of most of the information to actually make certain other things work apart from what I understand and get to work as it is. But not to say that I can't do it, but I can put the time and effort into learning it. Of course, the community is always so friendly, and they always willing to give information to help, so you can actually help them in between as well, but also to, I guess, keep the Battlefield 2 modding community going in between as well. But games like Project Reality, and I do believe even Squad as well, which is a lot more updated and sophisticated, in terms of the engine. I think they upgraded as well to Unreal Engine 5 as well. Are they working on that? Yeah, Squad has, I do believe, some members, or they have some roots in Battlefield 2 modding as well. That's a great game. So yeah, I would actually like to see a remastered version of. Oh, well, I shouldn't say it because probably you might say it doesn't make any sense because Battlefield 6 and all that kind of stuff. But I'd like to see a remastered version of Battlefield 2 in a way that is friendly for modding, where you can actually do everything in there. I know they're doing it for Battlefield 6, but it's not the same. Battlefield 2 modding, things you could do it Battlefield 2 modding, you don't have the tools, you don't have a lot of the script release to actually do it for, let's say, Battlefield 2042 or Battlefield 6 as it is right now. You can do some modding. There's of course ways and means in which you can use the editing tools to actually make scenarios, but you can't really build a map from scratch, and they don't really give you that much sort of like freedom to actually mod for Battlefield. That's why Battlefield 2 was probably the last great Battlefield game for modding, because you could do anything and everything in terms of modding where Battlefield 2 is concerned. After that, so constrained and reined in and almost in a small little bubble. But Battlefield 2 is like the earth and the sky and the universe and beyond. Once you understand the platform and understand all the little details of actually how to make certain things work, you can build weapons, you can build vehicles, you could build maps, you name it. Battlefield 2, once it's there, you can make it. And even with a plate and a knife and a spoon, you could actually build it in Battlefield 2. So that's why I'm saying it's probably the best in terms of most friendliest for modding all around is Battlefield 2. Yes, outdated, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And you could say because of the inspiration I got by persons in the Battlefield community who were like modding for Battlefield 2. People have been doing it like forever, for a very long time. And I just used to go on the streams and go on different sites just to see what's happening in the Battlefield community. And I saw like posts, people should try Battlefield 2 mapping, and you can do a little scripting. And I was speaking to some people, and I joined the community, and all of a sudden I got into it. And yeah, building maps, and now I'm doing it for other games as well. Plan to do it as well for Fortnite, so I do have plans in doing that. I started, but yeah, got to make the time to actually sit down so I can actually do something a bit more full. And yeah, a few days probably when things are a bit more, not with projects and assignments and whereas other things happening, then yeah, I can probably concentrate more on some of that just before, of course, the Christmas Day itself. Hardly doubt I'd get anything done on the 23rd or the 24th, and so I don't know, hopefully we get a stream or two in between that, but we'll see. Yeah, so I'll put a bit of a this sandbag here, probably can turn it a bit more, and let us see here if I can actually, oh, where would that be? I need to come out of that. No, duplicate, thank you. No, they have two icons here. I think this is the gun. Alright, so now I have that. I have to go down in here. Alright, I need to slow down my zoom wheel a bit. Yeah, there we go. And I need to move this across some more. Remember, when you're moving these things, you have to look for the XY factor axis here. See the 3 axis with the different colors there, blue, yellow and red. As we see, red here, going horizontal, lateral here, and that goes upwards. Alright, so we need to go for the red to put it across. There you go. And I need to, well, it looks pretty much aligned there now. I think it does. Probably just turn it a bit. I give the Japanese, so there's a bit more protection there. Although the poor American students on that beach, they don't have much protection, do they? What I can do, I can probably put some sandbags across there and some small little rocks, you know, here and there as well to give them a little protection of cover. And maybe I can probably put a bit of coastal debris and other items, obstacles that will actually allow them to get a bit of cover. But as it is, yeah, you don't have much of a chance of making it off that beach with that much firepower coming down on you. It's just not right. But it's all right. Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm done with that for now. Okay, so the mission phase objective count limit has reached. So I was wondering if there was unlimited. So I think it used to be like 3, but they've given you like an extended 2 extra ones with up to 5. So maybe it's not such a bad idea to have it extended that wide. I could probably have some infantry units trying to get to this point here as well. This map is going to be amazing. I think if I do it right and get everything in place, I have a lot more factions to put in it. I don't have any factions here. Do I have one faction? I need to probably put some anti-aircraft there as well. This soldier here, let's have a look at him. No, he's got to change. Yeah, probably. Artillery crew, yeah, I already have him there. Okay. Alright. I know, you're looking at me doing this and it says, wow, I'm doing everything for the Japanese side, right? Haven't done anything extra for the United States who are actually invading here, but yeah, I know. Honestly, if I start this right now, wow. But they do have some landing vehicles there. But still, with all that artillery coming down on you, you got one big rock there. It's a bit of a roadway that goes up this hill here, and a bit of a rise there. Should be able to walk up there. Yeah, smooth onwards up to that point here, but when it reaches here, a bit bumpy. But then again, can always say that it's bumpy because of the fact that maybe I could put a little decal there, like an explosive area there. When I say explosive, an area that has been, I guess, changed because of an explosion from an artillery shell. I'll put some smoke rising here so it could make the ground a bit of modified to that extent as the impact of a mortar would do to all grounds, so to speak. So I could probably put that there, but I think it's a bit too rough there. but it's possible. I do believe tanks could drive up there as well. Should be wide enough. So I'm going to change up to sort of smooth out that spot just a little bit. Yeah. So let me give this Japanese artillery soldier a little something to use. Yeah, more likely artillery. I'll be higher up there. This would be a big one. Well, it's not as big, but of course this area is really large, and even though this artillery piece here is quite big when you're down on the ground there. So just to show the scope and the scale of this area here, I could probably put a couple more artillery units there as well. And as you can see, it's because it's a bit of a lean there. I'll have to probably lean it forward a little bit. Yeah. I think that's acceptable enough, probably. Since I've done that, just nudge it forward just a little bit. Or probably I shouldn't nudge it anymore because it's already a bit leaned forward a bit. And what I could do is probably bring it up a little bit. Okay, the back, yeah. That's a bit of the ground is a bit sunk in there a bit, so. So yes, so now you can see exactly what goes into actually building a map. Well, at least part of it anyway. Yeah, it's normally part modding or adding stuff, and some games actually allow you to build your own static objects and the like as well, vehicles, guns as well. Don't think you can do that with Easy Red 2. You're basically using what the developers have in the game as it is already. But that's what I'm saying, Battlefield 2, even though it's outdated, you can learn so much even from a game that you may classify as obsolete, outdated. Everything has a foundation, and without that foundation, what you have today would not be here without that foundation. Always remember that. And that's what I've always learned, so yeah, so yeah. And from what I understand as well, a lot of those guys back then in days of Battlefield 2 when they were actually building mods and stuff like that, a lot of those guys eventually, when EA actually moved on to more updated engines and stuff like that, game engines, a lot of those guys who actually built mods for Battlefield 2 actually worked for the company. The best of my research knowledge on that. and I'm sure I've spoken to some of them in the community at some of the application sites that I'm actually became members of. And yeah, some of these guys are really incredible, and they're very friendly, and information, a lot of them just want to see the game kept alive with some sort of input. And yeah, because I learned how to build maps and do some scripting as well, I was able to make a lot of friends in the community there. Yeah, that's a really good thing though, when you have persons who are way more advanced and experienced than you in the field, and you become a part of that. You make contributions in terms of what you develop, and they advise you and they give you tips, and if you do really well, they give you a big thumbs up. If you don't do really well, they says, well, you gotta try it again, not good enough, but and that way you learn. And but the good thing is that they always help out in terms of giving advice on how to improve what you're doing. So that's always important. Constructive criticism, as they say. Yeah, so I'm thinking that this looks alright. Just I probably need to nudge it forward a bit more. Oh my days. Maybe I shouldn't nudge it forward anymore. Maybe what I need to do is just push it down. That should be acceptable enough, I think. Yeah, have to work. There you go. So now we have that in place. I can assign our friend here to that object. There it is. And the line should be there. There you go. So his unit is now assigned to this artillery unit piece there. I know, it's a lot of things to remember, but it's all good. I was actually looking to see if I could move this this area here. Not this area here I was talking about, but the object area. Mission phase object count area. It's not in a bad position, and I think it's decent enough to cover that entire wide area, but since, yeah, just that it went a bit on this hill there, I'd rather pull it back a bit to cover a bit more there, but it's not a big issue. Everything has a marker. I think it could be lower down, so it's just a matter of finding it, just as everything here has a marker of the unit and or the object it is. Even the tree here would have that, but I'm not gonna get the tree marker on this sheet. Why? Because of the fact that I built this in the terrain editor. This is the mission object editor. So normally it's a bit different than, let's say, even Battlefield 2. Battlefield 2 keeps everything together, whether it's you could move things around even if you're in the terrain editor with Battlefield 2. I do believe you can do that. But terrain is terrain, of course. But I understand that. But you can't move this once. I could actually have put this into the game using the object editor. But the weird thing is that if I did that using the object editor, I would not see it in the terrain editor. But when I put on the map, whether it's let's say a tree or grass, shows either way, which is pretty awesome. A tree, I would not be able to change it. I cannot change it in the object editor. Although technically speaking it is an object, that's also a part of the terrain environment as well. But if you actually place it in the game using the terrain editor, you won't be able to edit it in the object editor. And yeah, that is the thing. So anyway, it's not a big deal, but you just have to be mindful of certain limitations and certain things you can't do, especially if you got like 1,000 objects. I'm not sure if that's probably going to be allowed. A certain amount of object count is going to be reached, where the game is going to just tell you that you reached the maximum object count that can be placed on a map. But yeah, certain things can, and certain things cannot be edited depending on which modes you use. And the tree thresher, see, I'm looking for the little marker of editing over it. Nothing's there. But since I actually placed these here, of course, because they're objects, you're gonna get the marker there to edit them or move them, etc., etc., or delete them. Yeah. Alright, so this unit here has, I'm gonna probably putting another, actually, let me see what I could do here. I want to put some heavy artillery up here. So that's more like an anti-aircraft flak sort of gun. And I'm going to put in some heavy artillery probably on both sides. Let's see what we can do here. And yeah, once again, thank you so much for joining today's live stream. It's more like a tech modding stream more than a NBA 2K24 stream. Been doing that for the past couple of Wednesday premiere events, but took a bit of a chance and seems like it's up and running still. And I'm using Wi-Fi to actually do this at another farm location where I'm actually doing also learning audio production as well. So yeah, so in between that I decided to jump on, and I was gonna do another premiere event, probably not this one, but it's getting close to the time when I normally do a premiere event, so I said, gotta try a live stream. And yeah, so it's pretty cool. Seems like I can actually use the Wi-Fi here. It's not bad, but I'm concerned about latency because the good thing is a lot of people are not using the Wi-Fi at the same time, and it's probably down to maybe just a phone or a tablet which doesn't pull too much resources. So that was a positive thing there altogether. Yeah, but definitely many thanks for joining another stream, and definitely appreciate it. And thanks for all the support. Definitely pretty is awesome indeed. So it's not just about gaming, I do tech as well in between. And yeah, I know, do it yourself sort of tech videos. I know how to fix this, how to fix that. Definitely want to do a lot more of that for the new year for sure as well. And anything I've learned, definitely could share it with you guys as well. So let me see if I can add something else here at this point. Yeah, I know, you're probably just itching for me to just crank it up and see exactly what it looks like. Yeah, don't worry, soon. Gonna do that soon. Oh, look at that, they got the submarine Spitfire. Okay, interesting. I don't think the game has any submarines, or does it? Would be epic though. I don't think they do, because they have auto transport, but I don't think any submarines are in there. No submarines. Yeah, I think maybe in the future at some point, but I don't think the game is really ready for anything that is submersive or submersible vehicles such as a submarine. So alright, so we're gonna give, let's say the soldier, probably this one here. Let's have a look at the footing as well. Should be okay. Okay, it looks like it's a bit up in the air there. I'll have to lean this. Okay. I think that's acceptable enough. So what I'll do now, add a unit to it. I think that red arrow points the soldier in a frontal direction. Let's double check that. Yep. So I'll have to probably check some of the other positionings of some of the other units to make sure they're pointing in the right direction. There we go. So now we have that. Got to change it to Japanese faction. Once again, this would be artillery. Should be there now. Alright, so the artillery piece is covered. And I'll probably put something here as well. Probably a mortar unit. But then again, so elevated. Don't know if a mortar unit might not be a bad idea actually. Just in case we have any soldiers advancing up here. A mortar unit could get active and start to send some mortars down there to try and stop them. So guess I could do that. Let's see here. I'll probably put in the soldier first. And let's turn and face him that way. Alright, that's acceptable, I do believe. And got to change the faction. Probably this time I say infantry. Spawn delay of about 3 seconds that is. And having us put in there the mortar to assign it, so I'll do that now. Alright, so here's the mortars. You might be thinking, okay, so if I put 2 mortars in there, can I add, because you're gonna get a unit here of more than 1 soldier, right? Infantry unit of whether it's 4 or 5. So that's a good question actually. We could try it. I don't think you can. I think once you put 1 in there, it only can go to 1. But I'm assuming we can't link both of them. At least I'm assuming that if this is occupied, another unit will go to the other one automatically, but we can put 2 in there. Alright, so there's the second morsel there. Alright, so we need to probably put this back just a little bit. You know, the front's going to kick up a bit there, but let me see if I can lower it down some more. That should be acceptable, I do believe. Alright. Let's have a look at the other one. That's on this side here. After this, I'm going to look at the American side, see what else we can add there. But they definitely need some cover there. See if I can add some cover and probably put in an extra battleship as well. That's acceptable. So let's assign it now. Yes. I mean, as it is, the map is actually looking almost playable, but it's too much open space where nothing's there. Buildings and maybe tents and bunkers and the like. But it's actually starting to take shape, and you get a better view of exactly how this could actually look in a full sort of setting with everything in place. Alright, so let's assign this to this. You just saw that, right? Now let's put that test to this thing. Can we do it twice? As you see, that spawn is already in place. Don't think we can do it twice, but you see that came off. And if I put it here, it goes here. So for me to get this to work now with another AI team, I'm assuming that if this is not working, it automatically would go there, but not necessarily. But we can leave it as it is for now and see how things go. And that's an extra piece. If you, let's say you join in the game and you choose Team Japan, then you'll be able to use this mortar here yourself. So you can even use that, leave that there for players, human players, to actually join and use that. But the AI, as soon as they spawn, they're going to be hogging that for themselves. So you're not going to fight the AI for that. And no. So I can leave this here for like humans only. As you see, nothing at all attached to it. This of course would have this unit here attached to it. Japanese AI or player actually, so either or, but more than likely as you enter the game the AI is going to be there before you, so yep, so more than likely well, once again, many thanks for joining another live stream. It's Wednesday and looking at some Easy Red 2 modding here, as I actually showing exactly what it looks like to build a map mod for any particular game, because even Battlefield 6, they got mappers who do it exactly like this. They put in the assets, then the scripters would come in and add the code, and another person would come in and they would probably add the textures and put some various other scenarios in play as well. As you see, I have my Lua script here already in place, and this Lua script here would actually give the AI a bit more of, I guess you could say, alertness on the ground, right? Whether they're named or unnamed, this is for all AI, whether ally or not. Enemy presence as a big alertness boost. So this setting here will give alertness boost in terms of noise impact, and of course that is the equation of the increase, of course, in alertness for the AI itself. So this is Lua script, not Python. This is Lua script, and a script that was developed by some Brazilian programmers. And of course, Python, of course, was developed before, about 2 years before, I do believe. And believe it or not, Python script itself was named by the developer of the Python scripts after Monty Python Circus. That's right, classic BBC British comedy, iconic Monty Python. Yep. So he loved Monty Python show so much. He actually named the program that he developed after Monty Python show. Yeah. So that's a bit of history right there on that. Okay, so the Japanese have their positions in place now. I'm thinking I might put some sandbags as well around here as well to give it a bit of fortification. I'm not sure how far the American battleships would reach there, but we do have some airplanes coming in to give support. So I think I can add another battleship in there. So probably put that a little bit back there. In terms of the box itself, the parameter box, I don't think it's going to really affect anything that's on the outside there. So I can put my battleships a bit further out there. As you can see there, I do have a player there who's attached to... This is a US Marine. AT Marine soldier. Free movement spawn. Okay, well he's spawning on the class heavy cruiser. And more likely be probably a position on the guns there, doing some of the firing onto the mainland. And I do believe I have similar here. Do I? Yes, no? Well, that's a plane I have in the sky there that's coming on the shores to attack some of the Japanese positions. I'll have to see if I get a bomber. I might change those to bombers actually. So looking for another sailor out there. I'll have everything closer to the shoreline there. Interesting. And of course, don't forget live stream again tomorrow, Thursday. Some fun, epic FPS gameplay, and definitely see if I can throw in another first look into the mix of that. Definitely should be fun. On Friday, we got some fun, epic fighter gameplay, and remember Ninja Party. Introduced that. Have a first look at that last time. It was really fun. So yeah. More likely probably add it to the game roster for sure. And there was another first look had another FPS gameplay. Pretty good. It's pretty good game, and I'll definitely have a look for it again. And since I enjoyed it that much, I think I'll definitely probably have another session in that one as well. Let me see, have a look at this plane here. Spitfire. Okay, UK RAF Spitfire. Okay, I think I'm going to leave the smaller planes as they are because they still would have an impact on the battle there, but they're so small. They're more for attacking infantry and for other fighter planes. So I'm thinking that this one would be P51 plane there, and I think I'm gonna put another one there, another plane in the sky. I do believe this player would be, yeah, he's attached, so I already have a player there attached to the American plane. The waypoint has been assigned, and I do believe that waypoint would be way there onto the coastal area there. Yeah, adding waypoints does help to make it a bit more intricate and interesting in terms of the battles. If you don't add waypoints, then yeah, it's gonna be a bit all over the place, and the AI will just do their own thing when and how they please. But if you give them clear instructions, as is the case with script commands, clear instructions, definitive instructions to do X, Y, and Z. And yeah, 9 times out of 10 they're gonna do it. Yeah, you always leave a little wiggle room for disappointment. That 1 time out of 10 they're not gonna do what they're told. So yeah. So I have that assigned there. Like I said, I want to add a bomber here. So let's add another, probably another, let's see, auto transport. What do we have here? No, nothing like that. Oh, we have the sky trains. All right. That one, of course, is German. I think what is missing in the game, what eventually I'm sure they're going to put them in the game, is some more battleships. They have to go to special. And look, we only have this one here, aircraft, searchlight, and then a New Orleans class heavy cruiser. So that's all we have right now. So yeah, I can add another one there. This time I'm going to pull it back just a little bit. So we have 3 of these in there. Alright. But the American landing troops there are so exposed. It's yeah. Don't have a chance on that beach, trust me. Alright, so yeah, it's just only one battlefish in the game right now, and it's United States battleship. But I'm sure as the game develops and more content is added, I'm sure that Marco, Amati, and the team are gonna add other battleships for other countries as well. Yeah, probably could turn it around just a little bit. That looks more aligned, I should say. And okay, let me see if I can add a faction here. Probably add something on top of that. All right. I'm going to move him off the ship for now. Because remember, he's going to be spawning in the plane. So I'm going to add a plane here. So even though it's water, it should be fine. It doesn't have to be on the ship for that. I'll add another unit there on the ship in a short while. But we'll probably have a bomber up in the air apart from the Spitfire and the other attacking craft there. Yeah, I'm sure you're seeing the vision of exactly how this map is going to look when it's finished, right? But still a long ways to go. I have so much detail to add to it. And as I test out the different scripts, see exactly which one works best or how much more I can add to make it even more interesting. Alright, so let's choose a plane for this soldier here. No, has to be a pilot or air crew. Yeah. Alright, let me get the let's turn this around facing that way. Alright, now time for the plane. Oh, look at that. 2 wings. Well, double wings, so to speak. The Warhawk, the Bristol Bowfighter, the Block MB-152, let's go with special and, oh, not special, yeah, auto transport, but it's more like a transport plane actually, it seems. Skytrain. So this would be more like transporting units into battle. So we have also an airdrop of units as well over the battlefields. It's not always the wisest thing to do. You have your initial assault team on the coastal area there, and I guess when you soften up some of those targets there on the coastal area, then you can initiate basically an power air assault or power drop, so to speak. Don't think I really want a Skytrain as yet. Alright, let's go back to planes again. I believe the Bristol Bowfighter, the Lockheed P-38 Lightning. I'm looking at something that can actually act as a bomber as well. Alright, let's have a go with that. Okay. And yes, we need to put up in the air for the AI, of course. Although I can actually join them now. I can join them now, it's not a problem at all. So, alright. Right, here we go. And attach this to the plane. There you go. So now I can actually move this upwards. Oh. That's strange. I thought, anyway, let me go up a little higher because I'm not seeing the connection there with it. I thought once I connected it, oops. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't get the right. Yeah, gotta be careful with that, otherwise it's gonna be tilted. One is for front, one is for back, one is for sideways, lateral movement. Of course, the X-Y axes. Let's line things up there. And this soldier doesn't seem to be lined up at all, facing the wrong way. Let's go a little higher now. I think that's high enough. Alright, so we got 2 attacking planes on both sides, and we have a bomber coming in there. I do believe that is a bomber. We'll go double check that in a while. And yeah, it seems like I have to disconnect this and then connect it afterwards. Oh, it is connected. Oh, my bad. That's how I wasn't seeing the line connected. It's just that I had to activate that again to show the line. Okay, it's there. Yeah, it would be absurd if after connecting I have to go through all that again, but it's not the case. Okay, cool. Alright, so got my bomber in the sky now, and probably could push it forward just a little bit. There we go. So the pilot now and the crew, if there's a crew as well, would actually spawn in the plane. There would be no power drop because it's just a basic aircrew. I'm sure there's a power drop too. Power drop team crew, and they will, of course, as soon as they reach over an area there. What I could do to this, I'm sure I can do it. Doesn't give me that option. Most likely the option would be on the units. So what I can do as well, give this a waypoint. So let's move the waypoint to, let's say, here. So the waypoint is gonna go to this point, so we'll be bombing on top of this bunker area here. And of course we're gonna add and assign other bombers to do other roles as well. I do believe that this probably would have assignments as well. But of course you have to go on the unit below there to initiate that assignment. It does seem like it's already attached, so I'm seeing a line that's running down there, but oh, yeah, it's hidden right in between there. Oh my days. Look where this thing is. How do you see it? You don't really have to have it on the ship, actually. Yeah, it's easy to see and edit that way. So this already would have an assigned point. I'm sure it would. Yeah. Waypoint assigned. So let's leave it at that. Now that has a waypoint assigned, and more likely, let's have a look at this plane here. Yeah, there it is, down here. And waypoint already assigned. So more likely these would be attacking the coastal areas there, and the bomber would go straight for that. Oh, I could put another bomber there out there though. Let's see here. So 2 bombers on either side. Or, now I was thinking about putting a power drop in there, but no, don't think that's going to be wise. Any units that drop in the center of that, chances of survival are very small. It's like a one-way sort of mission. So probably not a good idea at this point in time. I'll see how to develop it first, And if there are any points, I could probably do a power drop. It'd probably be on the flanks of the coast. But as it is, I don't have anything much there yet because I still have to add a lot more detail to it. So I'll see what can happen there. But yes, once again, many thanks for joining today's stream. Yeah, it's a live stream this time, not a premiere event. And yeah, didn't do any NBA today, so decided to do a bit of modding. So the tutorial video. And yep, Easy Red 2 and Coastal Assault map. I'm working on here, well, Defense and Assault. The Americans, of course, are landing, attack unit, and the Japanese are well entrenched, hunkered down, and definitely bracing themselves for the assault. And it's going to be interesting, trying to make it as balanced as possible depending on the situation for both sides, although the Americans definitely have the disadvantage in this one because they're attacking along a coastal line and the Japanese defending well entrenched and elevated, of course, with artillery and heavy machine guns as well. So yeah, it's like D-Day all over again, right? Alright, so let's go with plane again. Alright, already there. Okay. Let's go with the bow fire once again. And if you get really good at this as well, of course, this is probably going to sound a bit complicated the way I'm going to say this. Every single grid on the map has a location mark in terms of you know, whether it's a certain degrees magnitude, longitude, along lines in terms of grid related points on the map. And if you get really good at this and you know exactly how to read and understand where these points are, you can actually use script only to actually add things to the game. And I know that's what it is for Battlefield 2. And don't even have to open the editor if you get that good. You just use script commands and you just type in access locations on the map, on the grid map itself, on the terrain. And time you finish, you add the tank, you add the planes, you add the buildings. Practically everything's in place, and all you gotta do is a couple of changes and alignments and stuff like that. Yeah, I've done it a couple of times, but I'd rather jump into the editor and make some changes mostly. Although, for example, if I've already built a map and actually open up my script and just change the objects and different other things in there. And yeah, it's pretty simple to do. You know, once you understand the names or know what the names are of those objects and those vehicles, or let's say team units and stuff like that, you just add the code or edit out aspects of the code, and before you know it, yeah, open up the map, everything's totally freshened up with different units and different vehicles and weapons and stuff like that. So yeah, it all depends on what you're comfortable with or what you want to. Honestly, just could be just like one of those days, just want to do a quick thing rather than doing everything from scratch. And I guess that's what, when you build a template, when you build a game itself, that's your template, and you just add from there and build from there. And once you have that engine built, everything else sort of like operates around that. It's like the nucleus of the engine. You know, you have the engine, all you gotta do is add the outer parts to actually make it a bit more wholesome and to make things operate a lot smoother once you have that engine is built. That's the toughest part of actually building anything. That software. Yep. But once it's built, yeah, the sky's the limit. Alright, so we gotta put this in the air once again. Yeah, remember the yellow is for the lift there. I think that should be high enough. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I think so as well. So yeah, I was actually gonna build this offline, you know, so I say, let me just work in it. I said, well, let me just share a scenario of me building a map and giving you a little insight. And if you like it, why not inspire you to probably jump in and give it a go. Easy Red 2, yes, they got an editor. And for most part, it's pretty easy, but you can also add a script to tweak a few things as well. And the good thing is they always add in new content, always add in updates, always got something happening behind the scenes, which is pretty awesome. So keep things nice and fresh. And once you keep doing that, the interest in the game is always going to be there for a good while to come. Alright, so I think that's okay. Now we have the fighter in the air. We gotta get a crew unit to add to it. Yeah, I think I'll have to save this afterwards. I've added quite a lot of content since my last save. And yep, if you don't save after a certain time, sometimes you can have issues and even crash your desktop, which would not be good. So we'll see how that goes. An ARM tutorial, interesting. I haven't seen that in there before. An ARM tutorial. Well, I'm not going to click on it right now. I am curious just to open and see what that's all about. An ARM tutorial. Alright, let's ignore that for now. Alright, so we have another airplane crew member there. And I'm going to add a waypoint in a while. But let's spawn it to our bow fighter up here. And voila. It's now tied and ready to spawn to that. As I'll show you, the line is there. There's the line. All the way down there. And I would probably put a waypoint. So let's see, where can we put this waypoint? Probably I'll be bombing the airfield. Yep, sorry. Gonna drop some bombs in that. There you go. And there's our point right there. I need to put some anti-aircraft in here for sure. Let me think here. Probably on the outskirts here. Well, not so much outskirts, but right there. Probably to the side. Yeah, here we have a good point position there for anti-aircraft. So I definitely need to do that for the Japanese. Alright, I was already on that, so it's okay. I'll just turn this to Japanese soldier. Yeah, let's go with the flat gun here. Probably could have two there. Yeah, I'm just gonna add some points in the beach where the United States can take some sort of cover, because as it is right there, yeah, not too much, because yeah, this assault team and it's basically much an open area, but enough cover so they can actually have a chance to cover themselves before pushing up. And I do have a point there, a capture point, where they can actually use that as a point to advance. And I'll probably have some vehicles spawning there and the like to give them a bit of an advantage, or a bit of a chance to push upwards on the Japanese positions here. So I need to assign this to that. But first, let me have a look at the footing of this thing. Looks okay though, because it's pretty flat. So yeah, just a bit of a tilt that's needed there. Alright. Let's have a look at the back. Yeah, I thought as much. So probably bring that down a bit. And I'll probably have to just push it down. Let's have a look at that now. Probably bring this up a little bit. Okay. I see, I don't want to tilt it too much, but have no choice in order to make it have a footing there. I think that's acceptable enough. And now we can assign it to the units here and spawn a vehicle. There you go. Perfect. So now we got a little bit of anti-aircraft cover there. I'm thinking we can walk, yeah, we can go right up the building here, walk up here, and can we get to the top floor? We can't. Oh, no. So, interesting. Nothing there. God, I was looking to see if I can put something on top of there, but if the units can't walk up there, it makes no sense. So, I'll probably have to keep everything at the ground level, so to speak. Probably can put one right here as well. Anti-aircraft. So you get protection from this angle as well. Because the bomber that will be coming in will ultimately be looking not just to damage the planes, but also any anti-aircraft guns as well. But if you have them spread out as well, yeah. So at least the Japanese would have a little extra battery there as well. So let's see what I can add here. Yeah, there you go. There's the paratroopers there. So whenever it comes to dropping troops into, well, I should say into a plane to drop on the ground, you actually put the paratroopers in there. But ultimately, once you have the spawn point in place, or the waypoint, wherever the waypoint is as where the units in the plane would ultimately parachute. But yeah, normally, rule of thumb, you'd put the paratroopers there, because as this, that's their specialty. That's what they're trained to do, to drop in at certain points on the battlefield and make those power drop landings. Yeah, but for this one, I think I probably would go with artillery. Yeah, just check to see if there's any other flags I could probably use there. Well, yeah, let's stick with their standard ones for now. So look at the footing. You always have to look at your footing because, yeah, want to make sure it's, look at that, see, it's all kicking up to the back there. And it's not good at all. And that happens. You go into the game, you wouldn't want to see your vehicle's wheels off the ground and your big artillery pieces with various points that should be resting on the ground in the air. No, of course not. So doing this, you gotta always check your footing and make adjustments. If it's not the object itself, you can always adjust the terrain as well. Yeah, that looks acceptable enough, I think. Probably I could turn it a little bit. That looks good. So all I gotta do is voila. And there's the line. Once the line's there, automatically they'll spawn on that. So interesting. Got two areas of... I don't think I've put any heavy guns in here yet. Although what I could do, I could put one infantry unit here in the barracks. Yeah, I could probably put them right inside here actually. Alright, that looks alright. Got a little room there as well. This unit, I'm thinking, what can I do with that? Probably for the coastal area, probably could put some Japanese flamethrower units. Although the flamethrowers, it's more up close, isn't it? Or if you're just trying to, yeah, more up close. Even if you're trying to like burn out or smoke out an enemy that's entrenched, you use grenades or flamethrowers. But actually, defense where units are coming in and they're beyond the normal sort of close sort of combat range, flamethrowers may not really have much use there. So at this point I think I might go with an AT unit. Probably an AT unit for sure. Yeah. And probably I can give them maybe a gun reposition probably. Let's see. So there they are. And probably right outside here. Yeah, get him a sort of a gunnery position there. Oops, the other way. Yeah, I think that could be acceptable enough. Probably bring it down a bit. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's acceptable, I do believe. So, yep. So all I gotta do is assign the united side to that. And voila. There's my line. So that's the assignment. They'll be waiting for any advanced attackers. And what I could do here, I know I'm going to see if I can add some cover there for the United States, but just ideas starting to flow here. What I can do as well for defense of this airfield would be probably an armored vehicle for now. So on the outskirts probably of here, you can place an armored vehicle. So let's look for tank. Those are German machines there. That's a lot of Panzers. Wow. Panzer 1A, Panzer 2B, Panzer 3E, Panzer 3F, and so on and so forth. Panzer 4H, Panzer V Panther, and of course the Tiger, infamous German Tiger of World War II. Alright, well I need to make up my mind on something here. Let's try the Hago there. And put it right there. Alright, so it's Japanese tank. Okay, cool. So you get a bit of an idea of the look of the camo on the right, not on the left there, the left corner here. Get a bit of a look of exactly what the camo looks like. Maybe the Burma camo should be fine. Alright, so let's add a unit now to it. Yeah, okay. Change to Japan. Infantry loadouts. This time it's gotta be a crew. There we go. Tank crew right there. Perfect. Alright, so assigned. The assignment of this tank, I think, would be probably to basically run patrols around the area. Alright, so for now, I guess you could leave it free movement, but the thing is, I don't want it to move too freely, so that it's gonna probably run across the airfield at certain times. It's AI, you just never know, right? Next minute. Well, the thing is, I do have the AI up in the sky dealing with that, but human planes can actually commandeer those vehicles on the ground. So probably can have it go to probably right here, right up here, and perch for a while. Yeah, so it'll push up there and take up a defensive position right there. For now, just want to see how that plays out. Alright, so let's have a look for the United States side here. What I could do, okay, now know, some props and stuff like that. Sandbags. Probably could put a couple sandbags on play here. Alright, so that'll give them a bit of a defensive assist there. Alright, can duplicate that. Probably bring that a little closer to the shores. All right. Let's see now. Terrain, we have rock cliffs and the like. Alright, let's have a look at this. And we can always expand it as well, so probably at this point here. A bit of a rock cliff there. See if we can scale it a bit. All right. It gives a bit of a cover as well. Interesting. Oh, it's a rock cliff, which means it's supposed to go up against something. Fine. Let me see if I can put it up here then. Give it a little bit of. I'll change. I'll add something else there then. But I'm gonna see if I can actually use this for something else. Turn around, and that's what that's supposed to be used for, like a bit of a rock face. Yeah, always have to highlight the area that you want to change or realign, and there we go. It adds a little bit of a, you know, unique look to it. Yeah, you can add a ton of these, you know, some smaller, some bigger. Yeah, it gives it a bit of a difference. Alright, before I forget, let me save this. Oh, I think I moved something I shouldn't have moved. Yep. Oh, That's interesting. Same motors there. That's very strange. Okay. Well, it says I have it. I could probably still use it anyway. Probably have another motor firing position there. Wow, I know. The Japanese has everything in place here. Wow. Alright, so that's acceptable enough. That's not good. Should be there now. Yeah, that could work, I believe. So all I've got to do now is assign a team to it. Yeah, probably could print some. I saw some reservists there, so yeah, probably trade some reservists. There you go. Alright, there you have it. And that'll be right there. Alright, let's see what else we can add there in terms of probably put some dragon teeth in there. Because I'm sure the Japanese would have probably added several of those. That would add a little bit of a cover as well. So this can crawl up on top there and peek behind some of those and turn fire. Honestly speaking, even the front here is not that well protected. I'd probably put like a row of sandbags around here to even protect the Japanese in their position as well, because even D-Day, the Battle of Normandy, yeah, the Germans are well dug in concrete bunkers and massive artillery shells. Oh, excuse me there. Massive artillery shells there raining down on the Allies there. And yep. So probably I'll put a line of sandbags or some other sort of defensive sort of row here to give them a little bit extra support. Although really, you should really feel sorry for the Allies, because look at what they got to contend with. What I can do probably as well, if I can find some barbed wire. Let's type in wire, see what comes up. There we go. Wow. Yep, they got it. So we've got barbed wire. And we can expand it like that. Probably bring it up a little higher. Oh, that looks pretty tall though. Wow. I can always adjust it afterwards, but wow, it does look pretty tall, I must say. Can duplicate this as well. Put that there. I'll give the Japanese a little extra cover there as well. Wow. Alright, looks acceptable enough, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's just a concept. I mean, I can always change these around at any time. But at least it gives you a bit more of an idea of exactly the idea that I have. That's ongoing here. Okay, so sandbags for the front here. Could even put a bomb creature in there. I'll show you what it looks like. There you go. So that's what a bomb creator in Easy red 2 will look like. And you could even make it a little lower as well. There you go. And tilt it if you need to. These would be explosive decals. I probably could put this more up there. To add special effects to it, I go into objects again, and let's type in smoke. I'll show you what that looks like. Well, I'm sure you've already seen the effects of that already, so it's right there, a bit of a smoldering area there with some smoke. There you go. There's your smoke from the view from the beach. I would like to probably give the Americans probably thinking here just a little bit of help as they reach this point here. But it'll have to be unit from the landing sea vessel there that's making its way directly to that point there, whatever I'm gonna put there. Oh, you can go with the Katusha rockets there. Look at that. Probably not. Let's have a look at tank. Probably tank might be the better option, honestly. Let's try the Stuart there. So when they reach on the beach, they have this option here of a tank. But it won't be easy, of course, with the artillery and the light coming down. Preferably, I would like them to make their way onto the beach and then get into the tank. I wonder if there's a way in which I can make some settings here. Let's go with Normandy to green. And alright, I'm sure all those units there are already assigned to those vehicles. So I'm thinking here. Actually, let's change up the ally. Let's put a different ally in there. Yeah, let's put the United Kingdom. Yeah, why not? Ally, right? And let's see. Most likely we have to change. Yep, definitely has to be tank crew. I'm thinking, if I don't put them to spawn on the vehicle, will they take the vehicle? Just moving to that point, I'm sure that would be the case. I'd like to give it a try, because they could spawn in the vehicle and move from there, or they could move towards the vehicle and then try to take it. Yeah, probably would have to look again on making the script about that if that's not the case. So I'll leave them as they are for now. And what I could do, yeah, it gives me the option to spawn on the vehicle. Well, I guess it should be fine. I'll let them spawn on the vehicle then for this one. And then, yeah, it's fine. I'll just pull it back a little bit. A little closer to the edge. Just made the landing. And trying to push forward there. That's acceptable enough, I think. Got some heavy guns there. Heavy guns there as well. This has mortars and some heavy guns there. Definitely have to put a couple more factions and units across the entire map, especially on all fronts. Because I could even add some more landing units for the allies, probably on the outskirts on this side as well. Probably not to the back, but more than likely to the sides. On the right and left flanks there. And you could even make a sort of like an urban sort of town map, which would be really cool. I could probably work on that at some point. We have proper streets and buildings and everything like that. Yeah, make like one of those little sort of like urban sort of European towns during the era of the Second World War, and yeah, make it quite quaint. Lots of sort of small roadways, and of course a main roadway or two in and out of the town. And can definitely have probably the Germans advancing and the Allies there trying to defend their positions there. So at some point I could work on a map like that, because they have so many props and so many other static objects that could be used to actually make that. Yeah, good job, of course, by the team. Marco Amedi, of course, the developer of Easy Red 2. Really, really good game. Casablanca aircraft carrier. Wow. Yeah, definitely lots of different props in this. From once I actually did open it, like middle of the year, yeah, definitely a lot of stuff in there. Rubble mount, let's see what that looks like. Okay, can work with that. Yeah, there's not much defensive positions here on this side of the island. Like I said, it's still a work in progress. So I guess we could duplicate this. Probably rotate it and put it like that. So the landing party would have at least a bit of a mount to get behind. Okay, so also I already have a tank there in place for landing. Alright. I'm thinking if I already have... I could probably put a prop here, maybe a boat prop. Let me see what I have. And I'll tell you why I'm doing it. Hold on. Yeah, so I'm gonna put a boat prop there. We have like a covert landing of probably some special units and basically infantry, special forces, and they landed here. And I have a bit of a boat prop there. That's the concept, and they've already landed, and have them on foot making their way towards the flanks there of the Japanese coastal defense. Amphibious assault. Let's see what that looks like. I do believe this is just a prop, so it's fine. Could probably have it parked there. Or the object, of course, was just to make the landing, and then they move from there. See, it's locked. Oh, I can unlock it. Alright. I'm just gonna test it out just now then. So let's put an assault team in place. I know. Probably think I'm gonna stay here and finish the whole map today, right? Nope. It's not gonna happen. Okay. I know, even my voice sounds more techie today, right? It don't sound like my usual gamer into the game, overhyped, enthusiastic self at times, right? Yeah, cause tech stuff gets you thinking, right? Not to say that in the game doesn't get you thinking, it does a lot. It's true, it does. But when you got all this tech stuff at you, coming at you all at the same time to figure this out, to do that, and you're brainstorming things. Yeah, normally when you go into the game, you have a game plan, and you make some adjustments here and there, like in FIFA, for example, right? You're moving around some pieces, give some instructions, and that sort of thing. But when you're doing techie stuff like this, yeah, more thoughtful to make this work. If I do this, how would that affect the outcome of that? Looking at both sides, I like to give both sides a fair play, even though one team will most likely clearly have an advantage. The Japanese definitely have the advantage of the elevation, and they do have the firepower. I'm still trying to give the Allies a bit of a chance here. Alright, I'm just going to test something here a minute. Can I spawn on that? No, I can't. Okay, so no matter what. Yeah, it's just a prop. Alright, that's all I just wanted to know. No matter what, it's just a prop. Okay, cool. Fair enough. So I can probably put this back on to locked. Alright, cool. It's a one-way trip, lads. If you pull it off, yeah, you come home. If not, well, we'll remember you. Wow. Yeah, sometimes units, special units, especially, sometimes it's a one-way trip, but there's always a possibility, always a light at the end of the tunnel that they might come out of it. But sometimes there are officers that give them the briefing, sometimes tell them there's a good chance you might not make it out. But if you can get to this point, if you can complete that mission, you definitely have a pickup point with you at this location at 0800 or whatever the time may be. And then sometimes it's not just a map, just a couple hours. Sometimes assignment mission might be a couple of days, all depending on the scope of the magnitude of that mission, right? So, alright, so I've decided on the team. Which team am I gonna actually use for this? Definitely the assault team. Free movement. Actually, no, I'm gonna give them a special task in a while. Oh, why not give the Australians a bit of a chance on this? Come on. So we have the Australians 80 squad. Oh, who else do we have? Let's see who else with the Canadians in there. New Zealand. Okay. Got a Russian squad in there, Chinese. Well, no, can't use the chaps and the Germans since they were basically allies during the Second World War, so that won't be it. All the rest of the nations were very much on friendly terms and were allies during the Second World War, so any faction could be used there. The Gurkhas, I do believe that is. Alright, let's try the Gurkhas. Yeah, I think they're up for this mission here. So the Gurkhas could actually do that. Why not? Free movement, I did say no. So, alright, let's see where we're gonna assign them to attack. So they're gonna attack this point here. See if they can actually sweep in and surprise the Japanese from here. Right, so that's their mission right there. Right. So they got a little bit of cover. I know it's still not much, especially on this side. Wow. Here has no cover at all. Let's go with the curved tall and see how we can use that to give a little extra sort of cover for the units on the beach. Sea sounds so actually coming up ashore there. Nice. But still it's not rough enough. Okay, I'm sorry. It looks really good coming up on top of the shoreline there, but where's the waves? At least, you know, at some point I'm sure they'd add it that you can actually script it in there, or maybe I can probably work on getting a script to actually see it, but I doubt it. I highly doubt that's gonna make any change even if you do add the script, because the script is primarily there for the artificial intelligence, giving them instructions, not so much for the environment. What you get is exactly what you can use in the game where everything else is concerned. So yeah, highly unlikely. Sorry about that. Yeah, but I'm sure they'll probably tweak it at some point where you can actually make changes to the environment apart from adding props and stuff like that. Yeah, the ocean waves can be really kicking and stuff like that. But even probably work in a time factor where when it becomes more like, let's say, time changes from afternoon to evening. Let's say at around 5 p.m. you get high tide and the waves become a bit more volatile, and yeah, stuff like that, which you can actually work into the actual configuration of the ambience of things. Probably can add some dragon teeth there as well, so I come back over here. And I'll bring it over a bit at a time. And I can even make these big if I want to, so why not? Let's do it. Yeah, bigger one. And can duplicate. Yeah, there you go. Just to add a little bit more to the map itself and to give the allies a bit more, just a little bit more cover. Still very much open on this side here. So maybe one more. What else could I add there? Environment, what do we have here? Oh! I keep forgetting we have all these, well, we got moss rocks as well. Yeah, wow, that doesn't look too bad. Probably doesn't really suit to be in the middle of there. I'm thinking doesn't really suit to be there unless I put it right there, right in the water. It's like one of those beach rocks that just happen to be there. Yeah, there you go. How many times have you gone to the beach and this big, massive, clunky rock is the middle of, oh, somewhere in between all that lovely sand there? Yep. Happens to be one of those beaches right here. So we can align it and tug it down a bit. There you go. Probably is a bit too big, so I could probably make it a bit smaller. Yeah, that might be a bit better. Double check my scripts are still there for my character enhancement. Make them a bit more alert to the environment. And of course I can add even more script to it as well, if I so choose. Yep. Probably 2 more bits if I can add there. These are plants. I guess if anything, maybe a palm tree if I can find one. There you go. Oh, palm wall. Interesting. Burnt coconut palm. Wow. There we go. Could probably put a couple of those in there as well. And have them scattered across the area. And probably, I'm thinking that maybe it's still smoldering. So probably could put a little decal there. Why is it they have obsolete against a lot of these? Well, I guess obsolete in the sense that they're not usable. But I'm not sure why they have the just the word damage alone, but I guess the person who named their actual prop itself or static object decided to put in obsolete just to classify them. Okay, well I can understand probably to that extent there. We have rubble, brown, large, obsolete. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, that's absolutely usable. Could scale it up a bit. Get some cover from that. Maybe scale it down just a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Damage house tour. Oh, there you go. So that'll be the first building on the map. Where can we put that? Probably right here. It's just a concept. Like I said, all these can change. Or I can leave it in there. It could be like probably at one point in time somebody inhabited that part of the island there. And things didn't really work out. And then they said, well, time to have a look elsewhere, or turn to another location. Because people do move, especially during the Second World War. People like fleeing from all the madness and turmoil that wreaked the world with that absolute diabolical war that broke out there, and probably is a remnant of the past of turmoil, and yeah, probably it still stands there at this location. Might bring it forward a little bit. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, in the middle of nowhere. Looks kind of out of place, I guess you could say. Or could even move it and put it right here next to the road. That stops right there. Sink it down into the ground a bit. Come across, come up a bit. Probably that could work. So we have a bit of a pathway here, and probably could put a couple other buildings here and there. And what I could do, oh, it actually fits on top there. There you go. So we have a bit of right, so I can actually move this across like that. And bring it up there. So it's a building that's been hit and damaged. And I could probably even put like residual effects of the damage below, and to see if that makes a bit of a difference. Yeah, I'm actually getting into this. I almost forget I'm actually streaming here. But it's alright, it's alright. Yeah, the name of the game, Easy Red 2. Really great game. And Mark Amadi, developer. I believe he probably still is, or maybe he has a bit of a team now, but I know he initially started everything himself and is working on it quite considerably a lot. still recent updates and more DLCs to come as well. Okay, so we got a bit of fire blazing on top of that building. Something about the building just doesn't really fit, honestly, but I don't know, I might just leave it. And if I don't like it, I can always take it out afterwards. We've got a fallen coconut palm. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, wow. It's actually broken. Alright, that's interesting. Let's see where can we put that. Right there probably. By the crater. Oops. Yeah, when you hold on top of that, you see this icon right there. Yeah, we have in between that. You don't hit on the pink color. You go in between there. You can actually use the left click of the mouse, and you can use it to expand or to shrink the image as well. Yeah, just like that. Yeah. But that's supposed to be a bombed crater area there, so I'm just wondering. Yeah, probably could leave it like that. Push it down a bit. Probably tilt that like that as well. Yeah. Alright, I think that looks interesting. Probably can add some barbed wire there. Ooh, that looks a bit more interesting. Bit of an open area here, so I'm thinking what can I put there? Probably some rubble here, let's see. That will give the advancing units a bit of cover there. Yeah, just something about the building. Just want to replace it. Just don't have the right look and feel for the setting itself. Just my thought on it. So I can probably have a look at some other buildings and see what can be found. Have Japanese huts as well. have a look at this one here. Probably not. This one, I think, look at that, all the way down. Look how that's broken right down to nothing there. Could probably put this on the other side. Oops. Oh, it's still there. It wasn't a bad oops, okay. Alright, so I think that... Okay, so one building tall and still standing. Another one totally flattened. And what I could do... Yep, you guessed it. If you're looking at this right through, I'm going to add an effect to it. So probably some smoke in this case. I know it's really small though, isn't it? But I'm probably right in front of it. I can add a crater. Interesting. It's like a trench crater. It is a trench crater. Now it has to go the other way because it's facing that way. That's where the action is coming from mainly. So yeah, could you put like a Japanese unit there in those craters with a gun position just in case needed. So once again, many thanks for joining today's live stream. It's not a premiere event this time, and it's also trying out a wireless internet connection, and so far so good. But I did have to tweak a couple settings, especially the latency, turn it down to ultra low. Of course, that's always a concern when you are connecting to a connection that is other than direct wired, and the Wi-Fi, depending on how many persons are using it, the bandwidth can become squeezed. This wants to adjust. Yeah, it's a bit late, but it'll get the job done, right? And I gave the United States an extra battleship. What I probably need to do is assign a crew to this battleship. I don't think I did that now. So let me do that now. More than likely it'll be a Navy crew. It should be there somewhere in here. Oh, we actually have Marines assault landing team. Interesting. I'll have to choose something that's pretty close to that. Yeah, just probably just go with the US Marine. And we'll be spawning on the ship here. I'll probably leave it on free movement as well. So just get some extra more artillery fire on the beach front there from the extra admission of that ship there. And once again, many thanks for joining another stream. And yes, this is Easy Red 2. And yeah, picking up some modding in this stream. And yeah, wasn't so sure if I was going to do some modding, but decided, well, it's meant to jump back into it. And see if we can add some more content to this map that I'm working on presently. I believe that should be auto saved. Double check that, of course. Remember, if you're trying this for the first time, you want to make sure that you have it clicked on that. Hold on. To go into the actual terrain editor, you go to the top one, and to go into the object editor, go onto the bottom one like that. And let's see if everything should be changed. Everything should be saved from what we did there. Wow, seems like it didn't save it. Oh my days. Yeah, that sucks. And I put quite a bit of effort into it as well. And alright, let's go back out of this. Yeah, so the thing about the new update as well for the game is that yeah, finding the save option there, sometimes it's just not there, or the object mode. Yeah, prior to that it was pretty straightforward. And wow, I know, all the extra additions there, not saved at all. Well, at least you had a bit of a peek at what it could look like. all things considered. Alright, so this is the terrain itself here. And that's all good. And normally in this terrain section, interesting. Because I was absolutely looking for the save option there. It wouldn't be that difficult for me to actually replicate what I did there at some point in time. So to go actually into the object editor, go into the second one below there, and that should bring that up. Yeah, because prior to this, I was able to look for that button there and save things. Hold on. No change there at all. So that's phase 1. Phase 2. As you can see, the ship that was there is no longer there. But before the updates, I was able to do a lot of changes there. And this is in place. So unless they change it, okay, so I'm observing something here. To add objects and the like, you have to do that in the terrain. You have to do that in the terrain section. I'm not realizing that because prior to this, I was able to do the editing of the actual static objects in the object mode. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I can always add that because I have an idea now exactly how I want to shape things. And the terrain is to my liking. It sucks though. It really sucks. But what I could do, could probably go in and I'll show you exactly what it looks like without all that extra cover. And see, at least you have a look at exactly how that looks. Because I'm looking for a save mode. Oh, there's where it was. In the corner. Oh my days, everything is a bit changed up here. Alright, that's cool. And this would be new squad, export. Okay. It was tucked in the corner. Alright. Yeah. What I'll do, I'll definitely rebuild it. And then of course give it a go. So that's where that was. Oh my days. I was looking for everything else elsewhere. Yeah. You can actually create a new squad as well and put them in there. Yeah, I do believe I have another squad in there that I created. I think for the Allies, the US, and of course the Axis, the Germans there at the time, Second World War. And wow, that sucks. Yeah, like I said, it's been like middle of the year since I've actually jumped into it, and I probably should have been a bit more patient. And I know anybody else would have been crying by now, right? All the extra effort, but yeah, it's gonna be easy to add everything else back in there. It's not gonna be a big deal. The plus thing that I have here, I wanted to make an adjustment to this. Yeah, that. And I want to make this a bit wider, but then again I want to put in all the other things in there first, so probably keep it to the side because I definitely want to add the planes. I gotta put back in the planes and the like as it is. Oh my days. Yeah, so probably could delete it for the time being and give that another go. Yeah, I'll definitely offline rebuild everything. Gotta know exactly where everything's supposed to go now. Right in the corner. Why didn't I go to the corner? And you can also check, change the weather as well. Cloud, day and time. Breath is on auto. Change the year in which this took place. Add fog. There you go. Ouch. Oh, practically no fog at all. You can add snow. Yep. You can add more clouds. Make it cloudier. Oh, no clouds at all. You can change the daytime scenario. Like I said, you can turn it into a night map. Check that out. Like a nighttime invasion. Probably gonna have lights put into place there. Wow, that would look like something, wouldn't it? With all those decals and explosions taking place. I know, it sucks. And I was looking forward to actually going into the game, of course, with all the new little additions in there. It would have been so much more epic. But we'll still have a look as it is. I won't do a like one on this. Let's put it back on to probably could even have like a dawn sort of setting. Yeah. So yeah, let's keep it around that time there. Let's say late morning. And now it should be fine. That sucks. But once again, thank you so much for joining another stream. That's why GamePro Flash here. And looking at some Easy Red 2. And the name of this map, of course, that I'm working on here is Gamer Coastal Storm. It's, I guess you could say, fictitious sort of scenario. As the United States storms a beach on a map of an island occupied by Japan. And yeah, definitely saving that. Definitely was not cool. Probably should have done a bit better with that, but yeah. So once again, thank you so much. So what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to pause for a short while, and then after that gonna have a bit of a first look at the map as it is. Might just add one or two extra things to it before I do that, and we'll have a look at the gameplay of the map itself. So yeah, back in a flash dash while.
Thanks for joining this super amazing stream, friends. Remember to smash that like button, share, drop a comment, activate the notification bell icon, and sub to this channel. This Flash Gamer stream event will return in a while.
Right you are, it is Master Yoda. Flash Gamer stream will be right back, it is.
And welcome back to the stream, friends. And yes, once again, welcome back, friends. And oh my days, some stream settings. And once again, thanks for joining another stream, friends. Oh my days, a little bit of settings going up and down here and there, and my word, So I had to quickly double check and triple check a few things. And all up and running again. Apologies about that. And yeah, right to the end of that stream there. Yeah, the save button for that mission there, of course, for the objects and other scenarios, definitely bottom left hand corner. Yes, I gotta build it from scratch, but what I'm gonna do in a short while, I'm gonna jump back in there and just quickly add some of the basic components of what wasn't saved, and then I'm gonna just jump into things and give it a quick run and see exactly how it looks in a gameplay scenario. And remember, later on today or tomorrow, depending on where you're joining this stream, yep, got some fun FPS lined up here. And I'm thinking I might even just continue the build of some of this game here, Easy Red 2, and see if we can extend it just a little bit more, and then we change things up and get some fun FPS gameplay. Or I could start a little earlier and then mix things up from there for sure. So yeah, some fun FPS lined up for tomorrow, and that definitely should be quite a lot of fun indeed. And don't forget, on Friday, that's right, you're seeing absolutely right there, some epic fun fighter gameplay. Got some Injustice 2 and probably some Mortal Kombat, and of course that awesome new game that we tested out the other day, the Ninja game, that's a Ninja Party, and definitely was quite a lot of fun. And probably can throw in some Naruto Shippuden and Ultimate Ninja Stormfall as well, and some One Piece, and let's see what else we can actually throw into the mix as well. And there's also a free-to-play game that's called Dragon Ball Genshin Squadra, and I probably could even test it out as well. And don't forget Duels of Fortune. That was a very slapstick sort of funny sort of fighter, but yeah, apparently an update came out the other day and they added some new components to that as well, and definitely could have some fun of that. And remember, that's all lined up for Friday right here on this channel. And don't forget, on Saturday, yep, got you covered with some cricket action, as it's Cricket 24. ODI World Cup action is back with a bang, and this time it's the Black Caps taking on the Proteas, South Africa taking on New Zealand, and yeah, definitely is. I do believe I might be choosing Team New Zealand in this one, as I'm rotating between weaker and stronger teams, but I'll have to double check which team I used last time in the previous match. And if it's a weaker team, I'll be going stronger. If it's a stronger team for the last match, I'll be going weaker. So yep, looking forward to that. And that's South Africa clashing with New Zealand. And yep, definitely not got you covered with the football on a Sunday. Yes, it's world class. And yes, this time Brazil taking on Cameroon. Wow, what a clash that's going to be. Full 20 minutes, of course, and a very important match for Cameroon. But yeah, we'll definitely see how it goes. Mix things up in the midfield, keep things tight in the back. And if Cameroon pulls it off, well played. If not, then of course probably got things in order of the placement and movement on and off the ball, exactly as I had hoped it would have come off. But still early days, a match that can still go either way, and yes, world class, full 20 minutes, and do expect back and forth, seesaw, up and down, back and forth sort of game. And yes, definitely looking forward to that for sure on a Sunday. And right after that, yep, got another FIFA lined up, and this time it's the Argentine Professional League Football League. And yes, River Plate taking on Talleres in this one. And yes, once again, a world class, full 20 minutes. And this one's going to be quite an epic, fun session indeed. As two big stalwarts, two solid teams in the league will be clashing. And I'll be trying for the W for River Plate in that one against Talleres. Alright, so I basically closed the game and definitely could jump straight back into it. Make some quick adjustments and then we have a look at some gameplay, just a little quick look, and then we gradually start to wind down things here on this Flash Epic Fun Tech Modern gameplay session or tutorial. And definitely was quite fun. And once again, a thank you one all for joining. Definitely appreciate it. And definitely quite an awesome, solid session so far. Shame about the part in terms of saving what I did, of course, in the editor there. But yeah. These things do happen. Haven't really been in the game for like almost middle of the year, so goodness, something as small as that's like the easiest thing, right? Yeah, so it's my mistake from coming out, because sometimes some editors always give the option that if you are exiting something that you are editing, gives you the option to either save or to just continue with exiting. The editor in EasyRed 2 doesn't give you that option, so you have to make sure you save properly each and every time you're building anything. Otherwise, yeah, gonna lose a lot of effort into putting things together. Oh, what the? No way! So everything is loading up and ready to go, so we can see we can actually have a look at things quickly once again, and then wind down the stream. And we'll have to make sure that this time we do make any necessary saves. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a big deal, but it's a shame, of course, it happened, you know, during a stream. But it's all there. You saw the process, and you have a better idea of exactly what it takes to, at least in part, build a map for EasyRed 2. But yeah, the scripting actually does help as well to enhance certain actions of the artificial intelligence in the game itself as well. So let's see if we can load this up once again. And once again, many thanks for joining another stream. And yep, definitely EasyRed 2, really good game, and developing quite nicely all the time. And yep, as you see, all the hard work we put in. Yeah, sadly, yeah, but this part that I actually built or put together there, Interesting. I am getting shadows of the plane. Look there. But if I go up into the sky... oh, that plane. Oh, my days. Yes, we do have this plane that was in there prior. I was thinking about the bomber and the other what I put in there as well. But we can actually quickly add the squad there. So, yeah. So, in the future, yep, we've got to go here to the bottom left of the screen to save. I'm looking all over for the save tab, but goodness, why wasn't I not thinking about that? It's right there. Look at that. Save option right there. And you can change everything else there. That sucks. And we actually made some good progress with the map. And all those little positions up on top there, all gone. Eesh. Yeah, oh well. It's all good still. Yeah, at least it's back to jump back into making stuff as well. And okay, so let's jump into it quickly. And we have the option here, and this time we're going to change the faction. Let's go here, and leave that like that for now. So we now need to probably put another one there because we're doing 2 planes, right? So let's make the other one in place as well one time. And there we go. Oh yeah, I gotta also put the loadout. It's gotta be a pilot, right? There we go. Double check this one here. Yep. And there we go. Alright, so now we can actually put the two planes in place there. Let's bring this back a bit. Alright, push that forward, and yep. Another thing I need to check as well, apart from this, is my Lua script. Let me just make sure that my Lua script is still there. Ah, yeah. Alright, the Lua script is still there, that's good, that's good. And this gives the AI a bit more awareness and presence of their surroundings, and more self-alertness, as opposed to allies and foe. And yeah, that always does help a bit. Okay, so we need to put the 2 planes in there again. So plane, so let's see now. Let's go for the big one first. I do believe it is the one down there. Not this one, but that one. Yeah. Let's see if it's the case. No. Alright. We'll figure it out. But we'll put that there for the time being. And alright, let's assign this to that one time. And remember, we've got to move it. once you understand the concept of using programs and understand how to add code, and because remember, the engine is already built, the hard work, all the heavy lifting of that software that built that program that makes everything click together is already built. So it's primarily script commands to run certain aspects of that program in relation to what that program is really built to do. And we're not seeing the line, but all I need to do is click over it and the line will be there. So that's one plane out of the way. Let's do the second one here, and okay, which one is the big one? Probably this one. Looks kind of big, but it's not the 0. If it's not this, it's not that. Or could it be this one? Let's see. Yeah, I think that could be it. Oh. Alright, let's change it then. I just got the feeling that it is, but let's change it just to be... Oh, that looks like it. The G3M. That's big. So I'm just gonna bypass for the time being the craft on the ground for now. So you can leave this one for the AI. I can always put those in afterwards. And that's that. Now we need to move this upwards. There we go. All right. Don't want them too close, so I'll probably bring it across a bit more. And I think that should be fine. So we've got those bombers in the air. I did also have a unit to deal with changes to Japan, and this unit will be artillery probably. Yeah. Alright. So let's place back static, and we did say the 20mm flag, right? Yeah, I do believe that. Probably can tilt this just a bit and bring this up. Alright. Let's look at the back foot. It's not too bad. Alright. Yeah, probably go just a little tiny bit. And assign this to that. And that's it. Probably could bring this a little closer here. So I won't bother put the bottom planes back into place. So the AI will definitely command that. We did put at least some anti-aircraft in there. Yeah, I guess I could just add the objects and then add the units in afterwards. That could work. Probably a little bit too deep there, so probably bring that forward a bit. Wow. It's almost like it's taking off there. Alright, I think that's acceptable enough. Right, so we have this one in place as well. Yeah, I know you probably just can't wait to see what it looks like in the game. I'm just adding a few more stuff after I made that error there in terms of saving it, and I'll save it after and then we jump straight into it and have a look at it. Just a few things I'm gonna add it back, and then add their respective units in place as well. Probably as well. Let's add some mortars. We have 3 in there, but why not? Probably add back to 3. Alright, so now we need to line them up. Alright. That's acceptable enough. Yeah, I can always go back in there another time and make whatever necessary adjustments. And yeah, the map itself, inspired by Iwo Jima. Yeah, it's like one of the best known maps, of course, in the era of World War II games itself as well. And it's not exactly Iwo Jima as Iwo Jima is, but yeah, it's inspired by Iwo Jima. We've got even this little sort of like hilly mountainous area here. As you can see there, looking down on the surrounding area and the coastal region. Yep. So Iwo Jima definitely did inspire me. And Battlefield, of course. I do believe Battlefield 2042 came up with an update and they added Iwo Jima. I haven't tried it out yet, but definitely hope I can do soon as well. Just that with all the updates, some of the software that used to run so smoothly on my system, it's like the updates are actually making them a lot more advanced and more demanding on my system, so I'll see. Yeah, but preferably though, definitely would need to get an upgraded system so I can run everything smoother. And of course, even building maps and game development projects would be a lot easier as well. Alright, so it looks pretty good. And let's see, almost there. Let's have a look at the back. Shouldn't touch that, should go down if anything. have to work like that. Alright, so now we can add the units. Let's add a unit here. Okay. Yeah, well that is the one I'm using right now, the one I created, Coastal AI Lua, but I'll stick on default for now. I can always look at that setting afterwards. Alright, so that's fine enough. And let's have a look at this. Let's add a unit here. Yep. Yeah, let's put everything artillery for this. That's there. That's good. Then we need some mortar teams here. Could probably have them as infantry this time. Our reserves. Yeah, let's have Japanese infantry 80. And that's one unit there. Yep, that looks like about it. So the one in the middle now, so yeah, I'll probably put the reserves in there. And there you have, so the top area has some sort of defense again. And remember, I had the building right there. I could put it back in there, why not? So we go to objects. Oh, not that one. Not yet. And we go to... No, the one at the end. Yep. Buildings. Yeah, let's go with the medium-sized one here. Okay. I need to put in the decals afterwards. Probably no. I'll have to leave it like that. Unless I put it on the other side this time. Yeah, this one could be a bit more damaged. Probably turn it around this way. Right. Alright, I think that should be acceptable enough for now. In front we had a bit of a crater. Oh, it wasn't exactly a crater, it was not a crater, it was a damaged bomb crater. Trench. Alright, let's see what we have where trench is concerned. Those are intact. Yeah, one of these. Yeah, so I'll use this one here then. Yeah, definitely will remember to go to that proper location on the bottom left of the screen and make sure I save it this time. Yeah, just adding a couple things here quickly, and then we'll give it a quick test run. I think that's about it for that. Like I said, anything that needs a little adjustment. Oh, goodness. Oh, alright, that's the right way around. Perfect. Well, perfect enough anyway. So, I did say I could probably add a Japanese unit here in this rubble here. That's not a bad idea actually. Probably. See if you can add a gun there. Think that could work. So Japanese could have a mounted tripod here. Alright. It's not too high. And should work fine. Alright, all we gotta do now is put a division in there. We're good to go. Could probably put some smoke in there still. It's not a big deal, so. Alright, so faction time. Yeah, that looks about right. Probably can move them right about here. There you go. And we can put some decals in there now. On top of this, we put some fire in there. Probably some smoke in the center and... yeah, smoke in the center and fire by the side there. could even put like a crash plane there to make it look more realistic. So a crash plane across there with the fire. I can always go in at another time. Alright. There you go. And right in the center we put some smoke. That's a little whisper. Nice, I think I'll put a different one there. Yeah, I think there's only 2 FX static smoke, so hopefully they can add a couple more as well in there, which would be pretty good. Alright. Wow. There you go. Let's put back the flag here again. Yeah, I mean, building maps can be fun. Mapping, modding, or a combination of mapping and code scripting as I do to make the AI a bit more engaged. Of course, if you want to even give actually, for example, Battlefield 2 modding a try, you could build your own vehicles. Yep, your own weapons and own buildings and stuff like that. Yep. Yeah, I guess that could work for now. And yeah, we had a team inside there, so I'll put him back in there. Gotta change it. And artillery. And I did have a armored column right there as well. Well, one unit anyway. Let me see if I remember the tank. I think it's this one here. Yep. That's the tank. Alright. And yeah. And we did say we're gonna let go to the brow of the hill here and hold a defensive position. There you go. All right. Well, everything I practically lost on the back area there. On the Japanese side is basically back in place. Why not? We could save this in the meantime. There you go. Alright, so that's good now. Everything is saved now. Alright, let's add the class heavy cruiser once again. Wow. About there. Do planes now. Had 2 of those. Alright, let's put the planes in there. Alright, let's put the planes in there first, and then what I will do, add the units. And yeah, the bow fighter probably can have that probably more in the center this time. Leave that there for now. And let's add a walk in there as well. Alright, and let's see if we can add a wildcat in there as well. I might change it actually. Alright, let me change that. Let's try that one. All right. Now we've got to add units, some air crew, and they don't have to be on the ship for that. At the waypoint one time, so they'll be running attacks on the Japanese position here. And let's put it up into the sky. Everything is there and assigned. Should be fine as is. Okay. Now for the bow fighter. The bow fighter will be making bombing runs on this position here. The Japanese I have to reset the respawn delay time for everything, but yeah, let's just do this over here quickly. And now we got to double check a few things. All right. I know you probably thought I was going to leave everything till another day. Yeah, but I mean, once you have an understanding of what you're doing, whether it's basic or more advanced, then it's not that difficult really. Just got to apply yourself. Okay, so I need a team for this. Wait a minute. Well, I guess it shouldn't really be an issue. Double check something here. Yeah, I'll put that there. Alright, so the do it over lapping run, or maybe not. That's already assigned. Okay. Probably going to run on this here, from here. Alright, so those are for the AI to do that thing. Once again, yes, let's save, right? There you go. All saved this time. So I guess quickly I should the unit here, the advancing Gurk unit on the flanks. I guess I could. Why not? Let's see what we got. And they'll be moving forward to attack this point here. Japanese. Right there. And we probably put in a prop like last time. And that prop was a landing vehicle. Let's go to vehicles on this one then. There we go. Name of that vehicle was amphibious. There we go. Yep, that looks like it. And remember, it's a prop, so can't really use it for nothing more than just a prop in terms of adding a little something to the ambience of the scene. So they would be there. Probably could bring it up just a little bit more. More like an amphibious assault team. In a way to Japanese positions there. Okay. Alright, so we got some barbed wire back in place there. Probably here we can put some sandbags. So they stay at the opening and have a Japanese force there in place. Oops. Yeah, gotta make sure you catch that just right. Otherwise, yep. This could be a flamethrower infantry. They're close enough at that point. They can also man that position as well. Give them the free movement option. Yep. Alright. Probably can put a bit of let's see what we can put there to give the allies a bit of shield cover. Looks out of place there, doesn't it? Doesn't belong there. Alright, so I probably can move it a little higher up to probably about here. Oh my, it's so sensitive sometimes. Alright. Yeah, let's save once again. put some sandbags there. Oh, nice. So we get multiple dragon teeth at the same time here. That's cool. So that will give a bit of extra cover there as well. Have those tanks in place there, good. Alright, so some dragon teeth there as well. Let's see if we can get a crater as well. No. Make it a bit smaller probably. Sandbags. Some barbed wire there. Wow. It's not going to be easy to get through that at all. No, strange how that size changed. It's a duplicate, so that doesn't make any sense anyway. Oh, maybe I sleight of hand, probably. Yeah, it's very sensitive there. Probably gotta turn this around a bit. Probably could stagger these out a bit. Okay, duplicate the crater, and probably carry it to about here as well. So yeah, I know, once again, welcome to another live stream, and really should have definitely have already done a bit of an exhibition of what it looks like online in terms of gameplay, but yeah. That save button definitely couldn't find at the time, and thought I would have done an automatic save, so yeah, my bad on that part. But yeah, definitely is saving now, and should be fine. Alright, let's see if we can get a bit of a rock here. Wouldn't be a cliff rock per se, because what happened is going to be this, and that's definitely not a good idea. But we did put that, what we got there last time, in this side of this cliff here, or this hill, and blew it up a bit. Give it a bit of a character, I guess. There you go. Alright, let me save that. That doesn't look too bad. You get a little bit of a cover from there as well. Wow, not too big. Probably could put that right there next to that decal. And yeah, probably a bit of smoke as well. Well, I don't really need to put too much here in terms of defense, as there's not much in terms of defensive setup here. It's more pushing towards this end here. It's where most of that takes place. we can bring across one of these. I could put a bit of a wall here. Let me see what we got in terms of walls. Even something a little broken would be good. See what the Japanese wall looks like. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to add probably a bit of a rock here. Oh, it's a cluster. Exactly as they said, just a few rocks clumped together and clustered and spread out. Okay. Yeah, and modding for Battlefield 2 is pretty much the same thing, but there's a lot more that you can do that EA allowed, of course, at the time. They even issued code scripts as well to enhance the whole process of making artificial intelligence, 3D navigation meshes as well, And yeah, could do so much. Definitely allow you to do so much in the game then. So let me see, leave that like that. And push that across there. Okay, that should be fine. And definitely should make a really great game ultimately to be allowed Pursuit of Tamar to really have full access to most of the toys in the box. And yeah, can probably scale this down just a little bit. Wow, it's bouncing back on me there. Alright. So that would give you a bit of extra cover there. Yeah, that's the one I had in before. And I'd put it across like that. So yeah, see? Yeah, I know I didn't save. But yeah. At least I did remember exactly where most of the items were supposed to go. And this time I definitely will save. Can make this really big. And submerge a bit of it. Yep, that looks interesting there. Probably cut another one right there. Palm wall. Let's try this one here. Yeah, some of these static objects I'm seeing for the first time. Yeah, they've really added a lot more content to the game. All right. So now you have an idea exactly the patience and the vision you have, especially when you're building a map. I did have an outline of exactly what I wanted to do to make it, but sometimes, you know, on the fly when you're doing projects like this, is that you get other alternative ideas and you sort of like scrap it, add this, wing this, toss out that. So yeah, I mean, it's not exactly like you're working for a company actually where you have a set plan to actually build a map a certain way, then you work towards that, but able to express exactly what you want to put into a map. Sometimes persons who actually are really good at what they do in terms of, let's say, building maps in the case, or even objects, they want to add this, want to add that, but sometimes I guess the management or the admins above them in the department probably won't give them the thumbs up on that because they have a set way they want to do it. Sometimes they have a good point on terms of that, and other times, you know, sometimes it's good to listen to your team members, even if you might be an admin in a position above them in that department. You know, it's always good to be a team player and even listen to even junior members who might have other ideas that could even probably make what you have out there even more appealing to the fan base and persons who might be interested in what you're doing and stuff like that. But yeah, it's all about creativity and trying to find the most appropriate set of features to add to a map's terrain, for example, depicting the era. And this, definitely gonna put some smoke on top of that. Yep. Probably a small decal. And then some smoke right there. There you go. Alright. I did add a couple more things. Especially here. Yeah. I did add the machine gun artillery unit there. Well, I should say the machine gun, the AT unit there. Probably could add them back. And then we give it a test run. Finally, right? Before I add that, let me add the actual object itself. Guess it should be alright like that. I can always change it afterwards if need be. And I did have a defensive sandbag there in front there, so I probably can do the same thing as well. All right. I might pull that across a little bit more. Yeah, looks acceptable, I think. Alright, I think I'll work with that for now. So let me save this. Cool. Weather, we got a bit of fog around. Clouds in the sky. Probably make it a little later. Alright. Could even put, do we have rain in there? Oh, where's the rain? That'd be cool. I think there's a way you can actually add rain to it. They got snow as well, but it's not a snow map. Autumn season, winter season, summer. Let's leave that autumn. Weather. Ah, there's my rain. Okay. It's gonna be a rainy day, lads. Uh-oh. It's gonna be... there should be a way in which we can actually have the rain intermittent. Oh, come on, we need that. We need that in there. Breath auto. Some uniforms. Let's leave it auto. Could change the data as well. Let's say March. March the 7th. I guess 1944 could work. There's so much happening around 1944. But let's go back to 1943 for this one. And save once again. And you can change the difficulty as well to realistic, custom, easy, normal. We can leave it on normal for now. Actually, let's make it realistic. And let's save that. Alright. Oh, I can even change the longitude and latitude as well of the actual map itself. Cool. And this would be, oh, yeah. Operation. Defenders has no ticket limit. Okay, well. Push the front line. Yeah, could leave it like that. Probably leave it on custom for now. Alright, so I think we're ready for the test. And can always change this around, take out the weather, and see how it looks from there. Just something else I wanted to add in there. Probably right about there. Maybe some teeth. Yeah, I could borrow some teeth down here. I'm talking about the dragon's teeth, okay. Yeah, I guess you can borrow from here. Duplicate. clean this up. Yeah, when this map is finished, be like, wow, I'm really gonna, since I've reached this far in it now, and we've actually built it together. We actually looked at variables, figured a couple of things out, made a bit mistake with the saving, but it's okay. We fixed practically everything, so not a biggie. Alright, so put down our dragon's teeth here. Alright. Yeah. A couple of things I'd definitely love to see. I'd love to see the ocean where we can actually do a bit more with the movement of the water. And I'd love to see be able to change in terms of the nights and day cycles, morning and afternoon cycles. Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 has that as well. And of course, if you do game development in Unreal Engine, you have all those tools and much more at your disposal as well. So yeah, definitely would love to see that in the editor, or probably a script command that could be added to achieve this as well. Even the clouds as well. It could be like changing weather patterns, a little drizzle, sun comes out, clouds. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying here. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Yeah. And I'm not seeing any ambient effects such as birds and stuff like that. So I'm sure at some point they will be added into the game. Yeah, that definitely would be awesome. Probably get another, just one more thing I want to add here. And that's that. We'll give it a quick run after that. Got the bamboo there as well. Got the banana. Just curious, I want to see what the bamboo looks like actually. Okay. Typical sort of. Doesn't really have to be there. I mean, how about lawn and bamboo in there? And I guess I could, but not right now. I'll think about it. Not sure if I will actually have that at this time. Oh, look at that weather. Yeah, the poor soldier's got to fight in that. Now, we train for all sorts of scenarios, right? one more thing. Okay, let's have a look at props, see if I find them there. Logwood defense. Okay. Cool. I'm just thinking though, I would love to put... Oh, I already have. Okay, I have a mortar unit. Have that there. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna probably add a sandbag right in the middle there. And that's that. Yeah, alright. Can always come back to this another day and do some more on it. Yeah. It's quite inspirational to see it taking shape now. Yeah. Sometimes when you're looking at something, just bare bones, nothing on it at all. It could be like, oh, such a task to look at it. But when you start to develop it, it starts to come to life, you just want to keep going. My days. Yeah, it's one of the longest streams ever in terms of tech modding for sure. Alright, so okay, I'm ready to give it a play, and this will be the first run of this updated version of the map itself. I did a bit of a run in it middle of the year, or maybe a little after, and it was very basic, but this is definitely a lot more content in it, and some more factions and scenarios as well. We do have the 3 battleships out there as well, more planes in the sky, and we also have this, I didn't add this as well, the hilltop defense outpost there as well, so all that is something I just newly added. So yep, there's still a ways to go, so let me just double check and save it once again. Alright, so it should be good. Alright, let's give it a play. Oh, there you go. There's my... started. Okay, I'm gonna exit that. So the scenario is already in action. And gonna have a look, see what's happening on top here. Okay. Let's exit that. And let's go to... It should show up in multiplayer. Well, let's have a look, see. Oh, battleground, that's not it, that's the one I actually finalized as well. Alright, cool. Alright, so to go back in there to the plate, and yeah, the UI has changed a bit. Oh, there it is. So I have to go into missions there. Yep, 7th of March 1943. Alright, so let's see what it looks like. And once again, many thanks for joining another live stream. And this is the new map that I'm working on for EC Red 2 Game Mode Coastal. Choose a faction. Yeah, well, I'm gonna try for the United States, see what's happening here. Wow. Alright, let's leave the vehicle. Oh my, not gonna last. And here is massive. This is big. I've never seen barbed wire fence this big. Wow. Gotta probably scale it down a bit. Oh, I know what I didn't do. I don't think I added the gunners for the AG position there for the Japanese. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know who they were. Oh my days. The language, I should have known better than that. Wow, plane actually crashed there. Look how shallow this water is. Oh my days. You can actually walk to the shore. How could a battleship even sail on that? Possible. Well, I'm assuming it's probably deeper out there. Yeah, I haven't done up the mini-map at all yet. There is a plane in the flight, in the sky. That's really high up there. Why is it that I wasn't seeing the landing vessels in initial display on the map? Very interesting. Look at that. All these are legging it to the land. Yeah, I'll have to go back in settings and check that. But there you have it. It's working. The sea is very shallow though. Of course, we can always change that. that is quite a wait. Why are my ships not working? Oh my days. Yeah, I have to go back in settings and check it out. Sorry, man. Wow. This is a long wait. Oh, actually got tuna. Aspirin as well. Wow, look at that fire already coming in already.
I'm under fire!
Uh-oh. Yeah. Defensive ships positions. Yeah, I'll modify the level of the ocean around the island.
I'll take the lead.
Wow. Something that's got destroyed there. Oh, well, it's on the battleship. Oh, that's some serious heavy artillery there. Wow. What in the world?
I'm under fire!
I think that's from the ships itself. I did assign a team to the ship, so probably tossing in, but they're not really reaching in that far. Not even touching their defensive. Wow. I think that's the ships, honestly. Yeah, some serious artillery there. But, oh, they are actually reaching up there as well. Wow. Definitely making their AI a lot smarter for sure. And just added the Lewis script to seem that they're a bit more alert. Oh no, oh no, I'm hurt. All this soldier and do some crawling.
under fire!
Got him.
I'm under fire!
Yeah, something there, firing. Oh, I could actually take up the gun here. So what are we doing here, soldiers? Ah, so I have to assign a task then. Oh yeah. Every time we capture a point, you gotta assign a task and move on to the next point. Alright, cool. Can I give an assignment? Let me see.
Hold that position! Move!
Yeah. Gotta put the assignment in the script. I have it set to custom, so... Yeah. Ever since I added the code, they seem to be a lot more alert. And that's what I put into the game there. Oh. Oh no, I knew it. Oh, just waiting for anyone to come over the brow of that hill there. Alright, well there you have it. Bit of a peek at the map that I'm working on. Yeah, still got a couple things to do, of course. But yeah, it's still early days, and yeah. I'll continue to work in it, and once it's finished, we'll do another run through of it, and yeah, definitely gonna be quite awesome indeed. And the name of the map there, of course, the map that I'm currently working on, and it's called Gamer Coastal Storm. Map built for Easy Red 2, and original developer, well, initially the only developer that was part of the project, Marco Amade. Yeah, good job. And Awesome was able to contact him, and yeah, 100% support for a developer who's really put so much definitely into the game. And yeah, it's looking good, and yeah, definitely will make a few other maps for it as well. And once again, many thanks for joining today's live stream. Wow, already got into this one. Yeah, to actually do my modding as well. And yeah, definitely could have probably finished it a little earlier, but yeah, it didn't save the way it's supposed to the first time around. But yeah, I was actually able to add a few things, and we did test out the map as well, and a couple of tweaks and changes that need to be made to allow things to run a lot smoother. But once it's finished, I'll add a lot more content to it, a lot more factions, divisions, that sort of thing. And definitely it's going to be quite epic indeed. So once again, many thanks for joining this edition of Flash Epic Fun and Tech and Modding. And definitely it was very much cool to see the map come to life there. Everything you saw I put together initially in the editor and added in the Lewis script as well. Yeah, everything that came to life there during the actual gameplay session there. But yeah, a couple of things still didn't actually mesh together in a sense, as the units didn't take to the landing vehicles, which is kind of odd. So I'll have to look over that. So maybe have a couple initial commands not initiated in a sense to make certain things happen when they should, then can cause almost like a dismissal of the command itself, and just get the basic continuation of things without that which you initiated or hope to initiate to begin with. So yeah, definitely want to check it out and see what I can do. But yeah, once again, many thanks one and all for joining today's stream. And Rye and the rest of the crew there, definitely a good game. And a little tech stream. But of course, later on today or tomorrow, depending when you join the stream, of course, we'll have some fun FPS gameplay lined up for sure. So here's where I'm going to wrap up this particular stream. But don't forget, apart from the FPS tomorrow or later on today, Thursday, remember on Friday I got some fun epic fighter lineup for you, and definitely gonna mix things up, of course, and have a look at some of that awesome first look ninja game that I did try out the other day, Ninja Party. Yeah, definitely not bad at all, and it's all free, absolutely 100% all free to play, and definitely a game that you probably could check out as well and have quite a time on it for sure. And also don't forget on Saturday, got you covered with some Cricket 24 action, as this time it's the Black Caps New Zealand taking on the Proteas South Africa in a round 6 match. Very important for both teams, and we'll be most likely trying for the W for Team New Zealand in that one, but I'll check to see which was my last team in terms of which team was statistically stronger or weaker. So we'll see, either New Zealand or South Africa will be the team I choose in that particular match. And on Sunday, got you covered with the FIFA. It's world class, full 20 minutes, of course. And this time it's Brazil taking on Cameroon in a very important qualifying match for both teams. And right after that, it's Argentina Professional League Soccer, as this time it's River Plate taking on Talleres or Talleres, however you would like to pronounce it. But should be quite epic and fun indeed. So until the very next stream, that is some fun FPS gameplay, yours truly the Flash signing off on this one. So continue to enjoy the rest of the day and the season as well. 'Tis the season, of course, to be merry and jolly and neighborly and happy, and definitely try to stay positively blessed as well. So until later on, my friends, yours truly the Flash saying it's goodbye for now.
Imagine the roar of the crowd, the thrill of the kickoff, the tension of the final moments. Gamer Flash live stream brings you right into the heart of football mania. From the grand stages of the World Cup, where international teams clash for the most coveted title in football, to the fierce local derbies in club league tournaments where regional teams battle tooth and nail. Feel every pass, tackle and goal with front row seats to continuous heart-pounding action. Whether it's the strategic play of world-class athletes at the World Cup or the raw passion of local heroes in club matches, every game promises to be a spectacle of skill and spirit. So gear up for an epic journey through the beautiful game. From the first whistle to the last, experience the highs, the lows and everything in between. It's more than just a game. It's a series of battles, each one more thrilling than the last. Dive into the action, live where legends are made and history is written.
Hey everyone! Are you looking for some serious excitement? You know that feeling of pure adrenaline? Well, Flash's stream is here to give you the best first-person shooter action. These battles are super intense and can be over in a flash. Sometimes you give it your all and still come up short, but hey, losing one fight doesn't mean you lost the whole thing, right? Flash's stream has everything you'd want. Crazy fast battles, smart team plays, you name it. We're all in this together, a true team. Don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. Share it with your friends, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on the action. Get ready for some epic battles because this is Flash's ultimate FPS showdown. Let's do this, soldier. It's lock and load time. Let's go, go, go.
Well, thanks for joining today's live stream. It was fun presenting the gameplay with the Flash. We'll keep you posted when next we go live. Remember to lasso smash that like button, comment, subscribe, and activate the notification bell icon. Keep galloping after those dreams. Well, so long, crew. I'm out.
Shiver me timbers, you won't believe what just happened. Thanks for watching another game of Flash live stream, mateys. Ha ha ha. He almost walked the plank in this one. Don't forget to rate, share and subscribe, drop a comment and ring that notification bell to know when there's another live stream. Time for me to plunder more loot and bury treasure in Davy Jones's locker. Then get some hearty grog and do a merry pirate's jig. Take care and see you on the high seas soon, you soft-footed landlubbers. Bye.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, and many thanks for joining yet another live stream. It's your hearty, jovial friend, Santa Claus, and teaming up with Gamer Flash Epic Fun stream today. Remember to Rudolph smash that like button, drop a comment. Flashscribe to this channel and activate the notification bell icon, so you will always know when next we go live. Ha! Well, it's time to get some cookies and Christmas pudding. So continue to be good, sharing and caring. Psst! Remember to leave some cookies by the Christmas tree as your neighbours did for me last year. Ho, ho, ho! Seasons, greetings one and all, and see you in the next one.
If you love superheroes and gaming, you're in the right place. Spidey and Flash here, bringing you all the web-slinging fun. Ready to join the adventure? Thanks for swinging by another epic game stream. Don't forget to web smack that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss when we go live. We'll have some superhero duties to tend to now. We'll swing by another time. Wow, but that was quite a lot of Flash Webtastic fun. Hey, gotta dash and save the city. Until next time, web catch you later, fans.
Well, thanks for joining today's live stream. Was fun presenting the gameplay, and we'll keep you posted when next we go live. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and activate the notification bell. So until the next time, have an awesome day, and we will see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining today's live stream. Was fun presenting the gameplay along with the Flash. We'll keep you posted when next we go live. Remember to smash that like button, comment and subscribe, and don't forget to activate the notification bell. See you next time. Have an awesome Warrior Day. Bye for now.
Holy high voltage, it's Batman. The Flash and I are signing off faster than a speeding bullet. Massive thanks for tuning in to another Gamer Flash live stream. Co-hosting with the Flash and Robin himself? What an absolute rush, my hair's still tingling. What electrifying stuff. If your cape's flapping from all that action, smash that like button with some super strength. Drop your legendary thoughts in the comments. Don't hold back your superhero wisdom. Share this video with your fellow sidekicks and keep the hype alive. And oi, ring that notification bell, ding ding, so you never miss another heroic moment. Stay tuned. The next stream is speeding your way faster than the Batmobile on turbo. So keep your gadgets charged, your senses sharper, and your bat signals ready. Until then, stay alert, stay awesome, and have a super cape crusading day. That's it from me, time to dash off. To the Batmobile. See you in the next epic adventure, heroes. Stay legendary.
Well, thanks for joining today's live stream. It was actually fun presenting the gameplay on The Flash. We'll be sure to keep you posted when next we do go live. Remember to power smash that like button. Comment, flash subscribe to this channel. And don't forget to activate the notification bell icon as to always be in the know when next we go live. So until the next time, have a great all-around earthly peaceful day. There's a greater power of good within you. Well, it's goodbye for now, my planetary friends.